Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales. Chapter 4501. In the end, Kang Xinmu didn't act rashly. He stayed in Jinghua City for another 3 days. Finally, when he and Sui returned to the inn, they saw Ran, who was dressed in black, waiting for them. When she saw Kang Xinmu, Ran's eyes lit up. She had found this inn by following the markings. After waiting for half a day, Kang Xinmu finally returned. However, when she saw Sui, who was beside Kang Xinmu, her expression changed. Isn't this the princess of the Void Devil race? Why is she with Kang Xinmu? However, she also knew that the inn's entrance wasn't the place to talk. After exchanging glances with Kang Xinmu, she followed Kang Xinmu to the inn's room. In the front hall of the inn, there were manservants and other guests. They were familiar with Kang Xinmu and Sui. At least, they often saw them going out together. Now that they saw another beautiful girl looking for Kang Xinmu, their expressions became a little strange. This young man is actually so romantic. Would he be able to handle 2 beauties by himself? If he was a nobody, there would probably be people jumping up and down to deal with Kang Xinmu and snatch the 2 beauties away. Unfortunately, many people had seen the training missions Kang Xinmu had accepted in Jinghua City recently. Those were missions that no one had been able to complete. In the end, Kang Xinmu had finished them all. Moreover, it seemed like he had done it very easily. Even the tyrannical sacred demon in the forest outside the city was killed by Kang Xinmu and his demon core was retrieved. Under such circumstances, no one in the entire Jinghua City dared to provoke Kang Xinmu. Even the city lord was planning to invite Kang Xinmu to a banquet. However, this matter hadn't been decided yet. After all, Kang Xinmu's origins were unknown. His background had to be investigated thoroughly. Kang Xinmu brought Ran and Sui back to the room in the courtyard. This place was relatively safe. Kang Xinmu had already checked the room, and there were no listening arrays in the room. Why is Brother Jiang with her? After entering the courtyard, Ran looked at Sui with hostility. What's wrong with being with me? Sui immediately glared at them. It's your honor to be with me, humph. Kang Xinmu looked at the 2 women who were about to quarrel, and suddenly had a headache. He took the 2 women's hands and pulled them away, and then explained to Ran, I have a use for her. Maybe she can help me in some things. What do you mean by keeping me alive? When Sui heard this, he was immediately displeased. He snorted and said, You're clearly the one who needs my help. Don't you know how troublesome the black dragon's consciousness in your body is? You have to rely on me to solve this problem. Black dragon's consciousness? Ran hadn't heard Kang Xinmu mention this before. She was a little confused and a little sad. She didn't know about this, but Sui, the demon princess, actually knew about it. Could it be that Brother Jiang and this demon princess had a good relationship? Kang Xinmu felt a headache coming on. He didn't have any experience in dealing with women. In this kind of situation, it would be better for the 2 women to gang up and beat him up. Of course, this was impossible. If Ran wanted to beat Kang Xinmu, it would only be possible when she was cultivating the body-refining dragon martial arts. Otherwise, Ran couldn't bear to hurt Kang Xinmu even a little bit. In short, this black dragon's consciousness is like this. Kang Xinmu explained the general situation to Ran, including Sui's explanation and Kang Xinmu's own guesses. Moreover, Kang Xinmu said that he had already taken everything from Sui's body, including the Void Holy Magic Orb. Moreover, the Void Holy Magic Orb was currently in a dormant state. As long as he didn't let it come into contact with the demon god princess, even if the Void Holy Magic Orb's consciousness woke up, it wouldn't be able to borrow any power. After hearing Kang Xinmu's detailed explanation, Ran was satisfied. Then Brother Jiang won't return to Dragon Martial Academy for now? Ran was a little depressed about this. How's the situation at Dragon Martial Academy now? Kang Xinmu asked. Dragon Martial Academy has shifted their main battlefield to outside the Void Disk. With the Void Disk as their base, they've already hunted down countless Void Demons in the past half a month. As she said this, Ran looked at Sui arrogantly. Sui didn't care at all. Tisk, Void Demons are the demons that our demon god race rears. It's just like how your dragon god race rears pigs. No matter how many of your pigs are killed, do you feel the pinch? Oh, you might feel the pinch. After all, you still have to use pigs as food, and Void Demons are like tools to us. They aren't even comparable to the demonic weapons that we forge. Do you understand? This made Ran so angry that she gritted her teeth, but she couldn't say a word. Indeed, Void Demons were nothing to the demon god race. It didn't matter how many died. To them, it was extremely easy to nurture Void Demons. They just needed a certain period of time. But in the process of fighting against Void Demons, it wasn't just the Dragon Martial Academy students. Many of the Dragon Martial Continent's Dragon Emperor powerhouses had been sacrificed. None of the Void monsters that are attacking the Void Disk will be able to escape. Ran said calmly, the situation is basically stable. They can't break the Void Disk and can't come to the Dragon Martial Continent. So don't even think of escaping, Demon God Princess. It's impossible. Listen to Big Brother Jiang. What does it have to do with you whether I listen or not? Sui looked at Ran unhappily. Not only am I disobedient, but I also want him to listen to me. Bite me? When she said this, before Ran could do anything, Kang Xinmu knocked her head heavily. Nonsense. Just solve the problem for me. After you solve my problem, if I'm in a good mood, I might let you go. To Kang Xinmu, Sui was a captive. How could she have the right to speak to Ran like this? So Kang Xinmu taught her a lesson. This almost made her cry. As for Ran, she was as happy as a victor. Oh right, bring these things back to exchange for demon hunting points. Kang Xinmu thought about it and handed the 9 Demon General Demon Cores and 2 Demon Commander Demon Cores to Ran. These 11 Demon Cores should be able to exchange for a lot of demon hunting points. Use them for yourselves. Work hard and improve your strength. When Ran saw these Demon Cores, she was shocked. The value of these Demon Cores was too high. Chapter 4502. Ran caught the 11 Devil Cores in a daze, not knowing what to do. These are all for us? Ran knew that Kang Xinmu was not giving these demonic cores to her alone, but to her, Xiao Yuhua, and the others. There were 4 of them, and each of them could get a quarter. This was the best way to increase their group's strength. Not bad. Kang Xinmu nodded. These are not much. They were all from Sui's guards. I still have what I got from Sui, much more than this. Oh. Ran obediently received the 11 demonic cores. Sui gritted her teeth. She did not expect that Kang Xinmu would distribute these demonic cores in front of her. Wasn't this provoking her? If not for her low cultivation level, she would have snatched them back long ago. This was too despicable. The dignified princess of the demon god race had been robbed of everything she had, and the person who robbed her was speaking frankly in front of her, giving the demonic cores to other women. This was simply infuriating. TSK. Sui snorted and forced a disdainful expression. This princess can have as many of these demonic cores as I want. Only you treat them as treasures. You can take as many as you want. What's with this jealous tone? Ran did not want to be outdone, and directly replied. Oh right, this is her guard's demonic weapon. You take it as well. Kang Xinmu thought about it and took out the black dagger of the void demonic man. This black dagger was not Sui's. Its grade was not as high, but it was definitely at the level of a divine dragon weapon. Those who did not cultivate the ancient demon god bloodline would not be able to use this black dagger. However, people could extract the magic crystal from it and fuse it into the dragon weapon to strengthen the dragon weapon. It could also give the dragon weapon the effect of restraining demons. It was precisely because demonic crystals had the effect of restraining demonic creatures that the demon god race could easily control the void demonic creatures, and the void demonic creatures would not dare to resist. Even if the void saint magic ball swallowed all the high-rank demon generals like before, those high-rank demon generals wouldn't have the slightest thought of resisting. When the demon weapon was taken out, Suyi's eyes widened. Her small mouth opened and closed twice, but in the end no words came out. She turned to the side and thought of the guard who had always been protecting her. Now, that guard of hers had been devoured by the black dragon's consciousness in Kang Shinmu's body while he was protecting her. She was no longer in the mood to argue with Ran Ran. Not long after, she turned her head and looked at the dagger that Ran Ran had taken from her with a pair of big watery eyes. She said with some reluctance, "Kang Shinmu, why don't you keep this dagger for me? He protected me since I was young. I watched him get killed, but..." Speaking up to this point, she felt a lump in her throat. Kang Shinmu looked at her and thought for a while. "That's fine. Although you won't have a chance to take it back even if it's with me, if you have a way to help me settle the matter of the chaotic heaven-swallowing dragon, I can consider returning it to you." "Many thanks." Sui nodded, feeling somewhat grateful. The demonic wind was devoured by the chaotic heaven-swallowing dragon. Naturally, I have to help you think of a way to get rid of it. Then take this thing. Kang Shinmu thought for a while and put away the black dagger. Instead, he took out Suyi's black dagger and wanted to give it to Ran Ran. "No." Seeing the black dagger taken out by Kang Shinmu, Sui looked even more nervous. "Isn't this your thing? Why not? Could it be that it has some sort of commemorative meaning?" Kang Shinmu was a little puzzled. Ran Ran looked at her with a teasing expression. "It's nothing much to commemorate it. My father gave it to me to protect myself. But, there's a demonic array used by the royal family of the demon god race on it. If it falls into the hands of those supreme divine dragons, won't they know that you guys are related to me?" Sui said straightforwardly. "Even if you don't intend to return it to me, don't expose it before we leave. Otherwise, neither of us will have a good ending." Hearing her say this, Kang Shinmu's interest was piqued. "Then tell me, what are the uses of these three demonic weapons?" Kang Shinmu was quite interested. "This is the void-ripping void demon blade." Sui pointed at the dagger in Kang Shinmu's hand. This black dagger was embedded with 99 crystals, and there was a demonic array carved on it. According to her, this was the demonic array used by the royal family of the demon god race. If the void-ripping void demon blade is activated by demonic chi and the royal family's bloodline, it can explode with terrifying power. It can increase the attack power of the ancient demonic god bloodline in our bodies by 5 times. This is the effect of the royal family's demonic array. Of course, it can be activated by just demonic chi, but the effect won't be as good. It can only unleash 3 times the attack power. This is the instant demon ring. Then, Sui pointed at the black ring on Kang Shinmu's hand. This black ring seemed to contain the power of space, and it could feel the aura of the void. The instant demon ring can be activated by demonic chi, and it can directly travel through the void. It's usually used for traveling. As for battle, because its activation speed is a little slow, it's not very useful. Since its activation speed is slow, why is it called the instant demon ring? Ran Ran couldn't help but laugh. But if it can be used for traveling, it's not bad. It's just that we don't have demonic chi, so we can't activate it. To us, it's just a pile of demonic crystals. What a waste of natural resources. Su-yi looked at Ran Ran with some disdain. Then, he pointed at the last string of beads on Kong Shinmu's hand. This is the heaven-imprisoning demon bead. It's engraved with a demonic array used by the royal family. After it's activated, it can transform into a demonic chi cage. It can be considered a control-type demonic weapon. It can imprison the opponent. As long as the opponent's strength doesn't exceed 3 times your own, they won't be able to escape. These 3 items are engraved with demonic arrays used by the royal family. Originally, only the royal family of the demon god race can use them. So, it's best that you don't expose yourselves. Otherwise, both of us will be in danger. Su-yi reminded him one last time. Hearing Su-yi's words, Kong Shinmu narrowed his eyes. How do I know if what you said is true? However, I don't intend to expose your existence right now. I'll carry these items with me for now. Anyway, Kong Shinmu didn't lack demonic crystals to forge dragon weapons. Moreover, it would take a long time before he could use demonic crystals to forge dragon weapons. After Su-yi finished speaking, Kong Shinmu put away the 4 demonic weapons. One could imagine how precious these 4 demonic weapons were to the demon god race. Each one of them might be more valuable than an ordinary divine dragon weapon. In fact, they might even be more valuable. A demonic dagger that could unleash an attack 5 times the user's strength, and a heaven-imprisoning demon bead that could imprison an opponent 3 times stronger than the user. This was too terrifying. It must be known that even if a heaven-grade dragon weapon was completely integrated, it would only increase the strength of a dragon martial artist by less than 1-fold. Chapter 4503. Kong Shinmu put away the 3 demonic weapons and the relic left behind by the void demon wind, which was the black dagger. Of course, he could not return these demonic weapons to Su-yi now. In fact, even in the future, he did not intend to return them to Su-yi, unless Su-yi used something of sufficient value to exchange with him, or directly gave him some demonic crystals. Unfortunately, Su-yi's storage pendant had been taken away by Kong Shinmu. Other than herself, she had nothing left. Naturally, she could not take out anything to exchange with Kong Shinmu. Take these 11 demonic pills and exchange them for demon hunting points to improve your strength. Kong Shinmu said to Ran Ran, you don't have to worry about me. I will go back after I settle things. Okay. Ran Ran nodded and put away the 11 demonic pills. She walked to the door of the courtyard and suddenly turned around. Brother Jiang, do you need any cultivation resources? I will exchange for them and bring them to you. Give me some heaven and earth treasures that contain the energy of the dragon mark. Kong Shinmu estimated the amount he needed and said to Ran Ran. Ran Ran agreed and left the courtyard. Kong Shinmu, is she your woman? Su-yi watched her leave and suddenly lowered her voice and asked playfully. Although she was considered a captive by Kong Shinmu's side, she was not afraid at all. After all, she knew that Kong Shinmu still had a use for her. Therefore, as the princess of the demon god tribe, she was usually more mischievous. Even in this kind of environment, she could not change it. She is my friend. Kong Shinmu looked at her and said. I thought she was your woman. You make it look like you want to eat me up. Seeing us together, you are obviously jealous. Su-yi rolled her eyes. Cut the crap. Kong Shinmu shook his head. This time, when she brings me the cultivation resources, we can set off for the dragon sealing abyss. By the way, the effect of your demonic blood sealing formation is about to disappear. Do you want to continue it? Really? Su-yi looked him up and down, then shook his head and said, since you don't want to kill me, then why should I seal you? Moreover, even if I want to continue attacking you now, you won't give me the chance. If you want to return to the dragon sealing abyss, is it very far from Quiet Moon City? Can I ride you and fly in the sky? At this point, Sui actually looked somewhat excited. As expected of the demon god race's princess. Even in such a situation, she was still so mischievous. She was not worried about her own safety at all. One day later, Ran brought some treasures of heaven and earth to Kang Xinmu. These treasures of heaven and earth contained the energy of the dragon mark, and some contained the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. They were just suitable for Kang Xinmu's cultivation. Kang Xinmu was now not far from the 7th stage of the Dragon King and the 8th stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. With these treasures of heaven and earth brought by Ran, he could definitely make a breakthrough in these two aspects. Even these treasures of heaven and earth could be used. It should be known that Ran did not dare to exchange all of the 11 devil cores for demon hunting points. She discussed with Xiao Yuhua and the others and exchanged 3 of the devil cores for demon hunting points. A considerable part of these demon hunting points were exchanged for these cultivation resources for Kang Xinmu. As for them, for the sake of caution, they did not exchange on a large scale. Instead, they tried to contact the students in the Imperial Center District, as well as the Dragon Emperor and Dragon Emperor of Great Liang. After all, Xiao Yuhua and the others were relatively weak. If they took out the devil cores of Great Liang, it would be too shocking. Therefore, they planned to ask the Dragon Emperor and Dragon Emperor of Great Liang to exchange with them. In the end, they would give them a small portion of the demon hunting points as compensation. The devil cores of Great Liang were very precious. After all, there were not many devil commanders who could come to the Dragon Martial Continent. Every devil commander had a name and was not easy to fool. When the Dragon Emperor and Dragon Emperor of Great Liang were together, it could be said that they encountered a seriously injured devil commander and killed it. As for Xiao Yuhua and the others, even if they encountered a seriously injured devil commander, they would not be able to kill it. Therefore, they could only ask the 2 Dragon Emperors to help cover it up. This way, they could also get a lot of demon hunting points as compensation, which was naturally beneficial to both sides. As for these things, Kang Xinmu did not know. In any case, Ran had brought him treasures of heaven and earth. He took them and began to fly towards Dragon Emperor of Great Liang. The place where he landed through the gap in the sky barrier was under the jurisdiction of the Northern Desolate Dragon Martial Academy. If he wanted to return to Flame Dragon City, it would be best for him to fly by himself. He did not even need to use the ancient spacetime formation of the demonic beasts. After all, from the demon emperors that Yuyaji had called over, he knew that the top demonic beasts of the Dragon Martial Continent had some connection with the 4 Dragon Martial Academies. Once Kang Xinmu passed through the ancient spacetime formation, it was very likely that he would be discovered by the 4 Dragon Martial Academies. Right now, he did not dare to expose himself. After all, he still had Princess Sui of the demon god race with him. The black dragon consciousness in his body was also a rather troublesome thing. He definitely could not let others know about it. He could only think of a way to deal with it himself. In this way, if Kang Xinmu wanted to return to the distant Flame Dragon Emperor of Great Liang, it would probably take a long time. It would be normal for him to spend more than half a year. Wow, I'm riding a dragon. Kang Xinmu transformed into a dragon and flew. Sui sat on his dragon's neck, her small hands grabbing a piece of dragon scale. She flew against the wind and shouted. Kang Xinmu ignored her. Every time he flew past a city of dragon martial artists, he would stop and rest for a moment. Then, he would observe the situation, complete some training, and obtain the local currency. He planned to fly back while waiting for the black dragon consciousness in his body to awaken. At the same time, he would also wait for the ancient demon consciousness in the void holy magic ball to awaken. Before that, he did not intend to go directly to the dragon's sealing abyss. He wanted to listen to the ancient demon consciousness and see if there was any way to deal with the consciousness of the chaotic heaven-devouring dragon. Before that, if he rashly returned to the dragon's sealing abyss, he might face some mishaps. Along the way, Kang Xinmu followed the prescribed order and absorbed the energy of the dragon mark in the treasures, as well as the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. After about half a month, the grade of his inherited divine dragon blood essence had finally reached the 7th level of the Dragon King. This allowed Kang Xinmu's strength to increase by about 10%. Although it was not much, it was better than nothing. The key was still to wait for the breakthrough from the Dragon King to the Dragon Emperor. That was when Kang Xinmu would be at his strongest. This time, Ran Ran had brought a lot of treasures to Kang Xinmu. After all, the demonic pills that Kang Xinmu had given her were too valuable. From Ran Ran's point of view, Kang Xinmu deserved most of the treasures. These are enough for me to break through to the 9th level of the Dragon King. Chapter 4504. In addition to the breakthrough of the Dragon King's divine dragon blood essence, Kang Xinmu's cultivation level was also getting closer and closer to the 8th tier of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. During this time, watching Kang Xinmu constantly absorb natural treasures to increase his strength, Sui's heart itched. She could also use the natural treasures that Kang Xinmu used. If she were still in the demon god race, she would definitely have broken through to the 2nd tier of the Nirvana Tribulation realm by now. But on the Longwu continent, Kang Xinmu did not give her any resources. She had to rely on her own cultivation, and her progress was too slow. After all, she was not a genius. Among the demon god race's royal family, her cultivation talent was considered poor. However, her identity as the demon god race's little princess allowed her to obtain a huge amount of natural treasures. Her cultivation speed was not slow, but when it came to cultivating demonic techniques, her talent was somewhat limited. Of course, this did not hinder her identity as a little princess. She was a member of the demon god race's royal family, and no one dared to provoke her. She also had guards of Mo Feng's level following her. This time, she had really failed miserably. She had encountered an existence like Kang Xinmu, who possessed the Black Dragon's consciousness. It had to be said that if they had not brought Kang Xinmu along, none of this would have happened. Then the entire Longwu continent would have been abandoned, and all the dragon warriors would have evacuated. A single mistake had led to such an outcome. This made Sui very vexed. Now that Sui could not cultivate, she was very vexed. But she was with Kang Xinmu all the time, and Kang Xinmu did not allow her to leave his sight. Even when Kang Xinmu cultivated and slept, he would tie her to his body. It was impossible for her to escape. This made Sui's teeth itch. When Jiang Shenwu was cultivating, she could only cultivate. Later, she realized that cultivating was useless. Her talent was too poor. Unless she used heavenly treasures to accumulate, there was no hope for her to break through to the next level. Therefore, he decisively asked Kang Xinmu to go out and buy some novels and legends, and brought them back for Kang Xinmu to read while he cultivated. In the beginning, when she read some biographies of heroes, legends, and myths, she felt that they were too weak. In her eyes, those heroes were not even as powerful as the Kang Xinmu in front of her. Although in terms of strength, perhaps Kang Xinmu could not compare to those heroes, Kang Xinmu's future achievements would definitely be stronger than those so-called heroes. Of course, this was under the condition that Kang Xinmu was relying on the Black Dragon's consciousness and devouring power. If the Black Dragon's consciousness was destroyed, Kang Xinmu would probably become an ordinary person, and he wouldn't even be considered a member of the Dragon God clan. Of course, this didn't affect Kang Xinmu's status in Sui's eyes. After all, Sui had heard from the elders of the Demon God clan that once an ancient world destroyer dragon at the level of the chaotic heaven devouring dragon escaped, it could only possess another Dragon God clan's body. It would probably take 3 months to replace the Dragon God clan. But now, it had been several years since Kang Xinmu obtained the Black Dragon's consciousness. From the original 15-year-old youth to the current 18-year-old youth, the Black Dragon's consciousness had never been able to occupy Kang Shinmu's body. One could imagine that this had a lot to do with Kang Shinmu's own willpower. As for Kang Shinmu himself, he had thought of ways to prevent the Black Dragon's consciousness from growing. For example, every time he broke through to the Nirvana Tribulation realm, he would return to the Dragon's sealing abyss to prevent the Black Dragon's consciousness from appearing. Only when Kang Shinmu broke through to the first tier of the Nirvana Tribulation realm did he allow the Black Dragon's consciousness to devour a Nirvana beast. But after that, the Black Dragon's consciousness had almost no chance to come out. Without the opportunity to come out, it had no way to restore its own strength, and it had no way to fight against the owner of Kang Shinmu's body. Kang Shinmu didn't say these things, but Sui could guess. No matter what, it was already quite amazing that Kang Shinmu had prevented the Black Dragon's consciousness from growing until now. At least it was admirable in terms of spirit. Of course, on the surface, Sui said that it was the chaotic heaven-devouring dragon that killed her guard, Mo Feng. In reality, she was still very unhappy with Kang Shinmu, but she didn't say it out. Of course, Kang Shinmu didn't know what Sui was thinking about. He was now thinking about how to break through to the 8th tier of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. To be honest, it was relatively easy for him to break through to the next tier. Even if the Black Dragon's consciousness hadn't awakened and he couldn't use his devouring power, he could easily kill the first Nirvana beast with his current methods and the strength of his body. But the second Nirvana beast was not so easy to kill. It was more than 5 times stronger than the first Nirvana beast. How could it be so easy to deal with? If he couldn't kill the second Nirvana beast, Kang Shinmu would lose a chance to condense Nirvana power, which also meant that his Nirvana power would lose a chance to become stronger. This was equivalent to a 50% increase in his strength. This was an opportunity that Kang Shinmu couldn't easily give up. But with Kang Shinmu's current situation, he really couldn't kill the second Nirvana beast. His physical strength was very strong, but it was only suitable for bullying some small fellows. When Kang Shinmu was in the room, he tied Sui to him and thought hard while cultivating. The young lady at the side saw this and roughly guessed what Kang Shinmu was thinking about. She asked, "Are you thinking about how to condense Nirvana power? Although it's very likely that your cultivation will be destroyed once your Black Dragon's consciousness is dealt with, I can help you if you want to improve it." "How can you help?" Kang Shinmu asked faintly. "We, the royal family of the demon god race, have a method that can stimulate the meridians in your body, allowing the power of your blood essence to explode twice." Sui said, "But there are some side effects. You won't be able to use any power for 3 days. If you are willing to try, I can stimulate your meridians." This method is not only useful for the demon god race, it is also useful for the dragon god race. After all, we are all humans. There's no need. Hearing this, Kang Shinmu decisively refused. Who knew if Sui would play tricks on him at this time? Once Sui counterattacked, Kang Shinmu wouldn't be able to decide what to do next. Moreover, although Sui didn't need to harm him, she didn't need to help him either. He didn't believe that the princess of the demon god race would be so kind. "It's fine if you don't believe me." Sui pouted and no longer paid attention to Kang Shinmu. She picked up a bamboo scroll beside her and continued reading. Ever since she felt that biographies of heroes were boring, she started reading romance novels. She wasn't interested in biographies of heroes, but these romance novels made her feel emotional. After all, there were some unique cultural phenomena of the Dragon Martial continent that allowed her to integrate into this environment. Chapter 4505. Kang Shinmu did not intend to use Sui's method. If he wanted to break through to the 8th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm, he had to think of other ways. Perhaps, he could borrow external help. This external help was naturally the formation. Unfortunately, Kang Xinmu knew nothing about this type of formation. The key was to be able to use his devouring power before he could use it to defeat the second Nirvana beast. Kang Xinmu had previously heard of some pills that could temporarily awaken a brand new divine dragon blood essence talent. This kind of pill was extremely rare, but it definitely existed. Some dragon martial artists would use it during a life and death battle to achieve an unexpected effect and defeat an unprepared opponent in one fell swoop. Kang Xinmu could not use his devouring power now, but if he could awaken another divine dragon blood essence talent, it could also help him defeat the second Nirvana beast. Unfortunately, this kind of pill was relatively rare. Even some Dragon Emperor countries' Dragon Emperor powerhouses did not have this kind of pill. It must be known that in order to successfully refine this kind of pill, a dragon martial artist's divine dragon blood essence would need to be refined and mixed with various heavenly treasures before it could be refined into a pill. To a certain extent, the entire dragon martial continent prohibited this kind of pill from appearing. Of course, some dragon warrior elders in some clans would choose to extract the divine dragon's blood essence and talent power before they died and take the initiative to give it to the younger generation, so that the younger generation could refine this kind of dragon blood talent pill, which could be used to save their lives. This kind of dragon blood talent pill is also divided into different grades. I am currently at the 7th level of the Dragon King, so I have to use a pill refined from a dragon martial artist's blood essence that is of a higher grade than mine when I was alive. Kang Xinmu thought. It seemed that this kind of pill could only be obtained by Dragon Emperor countries' Dragon Emperor powerhouses. Unfortunately, it was not suitable for Kang Xinmu to communicate with Dragon Emperor level powerhouses. Who knew if these Dragon Emperors had participated in the battle against the Void Demons? According to Ran, the 4 Dragon Martial Academies in the Void Disk were all sending people to look for him. Once he appeared in the open, it was very likely that his whereabouts would be exposed and Sui would be in danger. His own actions would also be obstructed. At the very least, in terms of dealing with the Black Dragon's consciousness, only Sui and the others might have a way. Kang Xinmu did not trust the dragon warrior very much. After all, with Xiaofan as a precedent, Kang Xinmu could not completely trust the dragon warrior above him. I can only try my luck. I'll go to the imperial city of the Dragon Emperor Kingdom more often. If I can get some information about this, that would be great. On top of that, Ran and the rest might be able to break through to the Heavenly Jade District with the Demon Core's demon hunting points. Once they reach the Heavenly Jade District, they will be able to access the most important information. Kang Xinmu was looking forward to the next year. Moreover, he estimated that based on the extent to which the Black Dragon's consciousness had overdrawn its power, it would probably take a year before it could awaken. He did not know about the Void Holy Magic Sphere, but he guessed that it should be about the same. In this year, he could not return to the Dragon Martial Academy and could only cultivate outside. After such a long time, he could directly break through to the 9th level of the Dragon King. Now that he had enough cultivation resources and time, it would not be a problem for him to break through. Most importantly, he felt that it would be a waste of time if he did not break through to the next level. Therefore, if he had the chance, he would still want to get a dragon blood talent pill. No matter what kind of talent power it was, as long as Kang Xinmu could use it, he would be able to defeat the second Nirvana beast without a problem. In order to have enough capital to exchange for the dragon blood talent pill, Kang Xinmu completed some experience missions along the way, killing some ferocious demon beasts, sacred demons, and even demon kings. When the effect of the demon blood seal formation in Kang Xinmu's body disappeared, he could even kill some weaker demon emperors after transforming into a dragon. This allowed him to accumulate a lot of experience points. These experience points were universal in the entire Dragon Martial Continent and belonged to the Demon Hunters Union. The Demon Hunters Union had branches in the entire Dragon Martial Continent, and Kang Xinmu only needed to accumulate some experience points to exchange for it. Moreover, the experience missions that he completed were basically the top experience missions that no one had completed for many years. Every time he completed an experience mission, he would be able to obtain a lot of demon hunter points. In the process of training and hurrying on the road, Kang Xinmu gradually made a name for himself, and was known as the Demon Slayer Dragon God in the Demon Hunters Union. This was because Kang Xinmu always appeared with a mask and a female attendant. Every time he accepted the Demon Hunters Union's experience missions, he would go and kill demon kings and even demon emperors that had lived for countless years. Most importantly, as long as it was a mission that Kang Xinmu accepted, he never failed. He obtained a huge amount of demon hunter points, but he did not use them, which made some of the Demon Hunters Union's management members very puzzled. Such a large amount of demon hunter points could be exchanged for many heaven-class dragon weapons. Unfortunately, this Demon Slayer Dragon God did not seem to be interested in heaven-class dragon weapons. Of course, this Demon Slayer Dragon God still had a weakness. He seemed to be unable to kill demon emperors that had reached the 7th tier of the rebirth realm and above. He had never accepted a demon-slaying mission of this level. But this was also normal. After all, these were demon emperors of the same level as the Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon. In their respective countries of the Dragon Emperor, they were all big shots. How could they be so easily eliminated? For example, to eliminate the Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon, one had to break into the demonic beast's territory and break through countless demonic beast formations. In the end, one had to have the power to crush the Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon to have a chance of killing it. Otherwise, one might not even be able to see the Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon. If he had heard in advance that a strong expert was coming to kill him, he would have hidden long ago or disappeared without a trace. All these circumstances added together made Kang Xinmu's name spread further and further. He traveled from the north to the southeast. Finally, after half a year, Kang Xinmu arrived at the border between the Northern Desolate Dragon Martial Academy and the Donghuang Yangwu College. There was a Northern Mountain Dragon Country here, which was a Dragon Emperor's country at the edge of the Northern Desolate Dragon Martial Academy's jurisdiction. There were a total of 3 Dragon Emperor powerhouses in the Northern Mountain Dragon Country. 2 of the Dragon Emperor powerhouses had already left the Northern Mountain Dragon Country and headed to the Void Disk to fight against the Void Demons. The remaining Dragon Emperor was the most talented young Dragon Emperor in the Northern Mountain Dragon Country. He was only in his 50s this year, but he had already reached the 3rd tier of the Dragon Emperor's blood essence. As for his cultivation level, he had naturally reached the peak of the rebirth realm. Dragon Emperor Bei Shui. He was a middle-aged man, but he was considered relatively young among the Dragon Emperor powerhouses. Kang Xinmu had come all the way to the imperial city of the Northern Mountain Dragon Country after hearing the news. He had heard that there was a dragon blood talent elixir in the Northern Mountain Dragon Country. It had been passed down by the previous generation of the Dragon Emperor and had been preserved until now. Chapter 4506. Kang Xinmu was wearing a mask, and he was waiting in the courtyard behind the Northern Mountain Dragon Country with Sui, who was also wearing a veil. Because he had already made a name for himself, the title of Monster Slayer Dragon God could be considered a symbol. Therefore, he asked to see Dragon Emperor Bei Shui. Dragon Emperor Bei Shui asked them to wait in the courtyard behind the mountain, and he would come immediately after making some preparations. Dragon Emperor Bei Shui naturally admired a young dragon martial artist who could sweep away the demonic beasts of the northern region. If he could recruit him into the Northern Mountain Dragon Country, the Northern Mountain Dragon Country's power would definitely increase greatly in the future. Although such a talented young man was mostly wandering outside and had his own country, it would be difficult to get him to join the Northern Mountain Dragon Country. However, Dragon Emperor Bei Shui still wanted to give it a try. Kang Xinmu and Sui waited in the courtyard behind the mountain. Sui looked around and praised the environment. The environment here is not bad. Although it is far from our palace, it is quite nice. At least it is much better than the city lord's residence in the previous cities. The palace she was talking about was, of course, the palace of the demon god race. Kang Xinmu glanced at her and did not speak. In the past 6 months, he could clearly see that Sui's figure was getting better and better under his care. She ate all the food he gave her, and the girl was also of age. She was still developing, and her chest was getting fuller. Even so, she still slept with Kang Xinmu every day. Kang Xinmu really could not stand it. After all, he was also a hot-blooded young man. Sui was such a beauty, and her figure was getting more and more alluring by the day. It would be strange if he did not have any reaction. However, when he thought that Sui was the princess of the demon god race, he could not do anything. This identity was too sensitive. It was not that Kang Xinmu did not dare to do anything to such a young girl, but he did not like Sui. What right did he have to have anything to do with her? Kang Xinmu was still in an ignorant state when it came to love. He always felt that if two people were not in love with each other, there would be no benefit in being together. The two of them waited in the North Mountain Dragon Kingdom's palace for about the time it took for an incense stick to burn before Dragon Emperor Bei Shui's figure appeared at the entrance of the courtyard behind the mountain and walked towards the two of them. It was a rather dignified middle-aged man, but he still looked relatively kind and had a strong aura. In Kang Xinmu's view, among the experts of the Dragon Emperor Kingdom that he had seen, only the Dragon Emperor of Great Liang could compare with him. In the martial dragon continent, Dragon Emperor Bei Shui already possessed top-tier talent. Back then, he might have only failed to join the 4 great dragon martial academies due to some mistakes. Logically speaking, with his talent, it should have been very easy for him to join the 4 great dragon martial academies. He came alone and soon saw Kang Xinmu and his companion. He smiled at them. Sure enough, young Master Monster Slayer is just as extraordinary as the rumors say. May I know why young Master Monster Slayer has come to our North Mountain Dragon Kingdom today? He knew that Kang Xinmu must have something to talk to him about. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to see him directly. If he only wanted to slay demons in the North Mountain Dragon Kingdom, he could go to the Demon Hunter Association in the North Mountain Dragon Kingdom. Seeing that Dragon Emperor Bei Shui was so direct, Kang Xinmu also said directly, "I want the Dragon Blood Talent Elixir." As soon as he said this, Dragon Emperor Bei Shui's expression changed. After an hour, Kang Xinmu walked out of the North Mountain Dragon Kingdom's imperial city with Sui. They discussed with Dragon Emperor Bei Shui. Dragon Emperor Bei Shui felt that it wouldn't be a problem to sell the Dragon Blood Talent Elixir, but the key was to take out something that Bei Shui felt was useful to Dragon Emperor. Dragon Emperor Bei Shui didn't have much use for Demon Hunter points alone. Therefore, Kang Xinmu discussed with him and was willing to give him a mid-level origin source dragon martial technique in exchange for a Dragon Blood Talent Elixir. This condition made Dragon Emperor Bei Shui feel a little conflicted. In the Dragon Emperor Kingdom, a mid-level origin source dragon martial technique was already a top-notch origin source dragon martial technique. Of course, this was in the past. But now, the Dragon Emperor powerhouses could go to the Void Disk to fight against the Void Demons. The demon hunting points they obtained could even be exchanged for the Divine Spirit dragon martial technique. Under such circumstances, the mid-level origin source dragon martial technique didn't seem so important. However, Kang Xinmu was still very clear about the stakes. The mid-level origin source dragon martial technique he gave was provided by Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Academy. It was a powerful orthodox dragon martial technique. The mid-level origin source dragon martial techniques that the Dragon Emperor powerhouses could exchange for at the Void Disk office were all miscellaneous ones that were circulated outside. The 4 dragon martial academies each had their own specific dragon martial techniques. Naturally, they couldn't take out all of them. They only took out some common origin source dragon martial techniques that weren't very powerful and provided them to the Dragon Emperor powerhouses to exchange for them. Overall, the items that the students of the 4 Dragon Martial Academies could exchange for with their demon hunting points in the Void Disk were much better than what the other Dragon Emperor powerhouses could get. A mid-level origin source dragon martial technique was already the highest price that Kong Shinmu could offer. In the end, Dragon Emperor Bei Shui was still a little unwilling. He took out 3 dragon blood talent elixirs at once and directly asked for a high-level origin source dragon martial technique. Kong Shinmu agreed. If it was a mid-level origin source dragon martial technique, he would actually be a little embarrassed. After all, the Dragon Martial Academy's dragon martial techniques were not allowed to be taught to outsiders. However, if it was a high-level origin source dragon martial technique, should he learn about the Dark Dragon Inferiority Technique? 3 dragon blood talent elixirs were enough for Kong Shinmu to break through to the rebirth realm while the Black Dragon's consciousness was sealed off. If not, Kong Shinmu would probably have to spend an extra year to reach that level. Using the Dark Dragon Inferiority Technique to cultivate would save him a year of time. Kong Shinmu felt that it was worth it. However, the Dark Dragon Inferiority Technique did not belong to Kong Shinmu, so he had to report it to Ran Ran first. If you want to exchange for demonic skills, I can have as many as you want. Sui was a little unhappy about this. If it wasn't for the fact that no one in the Dragon Martial Continent cultivated the ancient demon god's bloodline, what could she not exchange for with her Rage God demonic skills? One had to know that the Rage God demonic skills were equivalent to the Divine Spirit Dragon Martial techniques. The Divine Spirit Dragon Martial techniques and the Rage God demonic skills were just a general term, similar to the Origin Source Dragon Martial techniques. If they were to be broken down, there would be elementary, mid-level, and high-level Origin Source Dragon Martial techniques. The Rage God demonic skills that Sui had mastered were naturally high-level Rage God demonic skills. Unlike the Divine Spirit Dragon martial techniques that she could exchange for at the Void Disk, they were basically elementary Divine Spirit Dragon martial techniques. What nonsense are you talking about? Chapter 4507. Ran Ran quickly descended from the Void Disk. When she found out that Kong Shinmu wanted to use the Dark Dragon Inferno technique to exchange for the Dragon Blood Talent Elixir, she agreed after some consideration. To her, Kong Shinmu was her everything. Other than Kong Shinmu, the only thing she cared about was her parents' background. It was a pity that she did not have the ability to investigate her parents' background. It was related to the Northern Desolate Dragon Martial Academy. She would probably have to wait until she was one of the top 3 in the Divine Center District or even at the level of the Dragon Emperor's mentor before she would be qualified to investigate. Even so, she was probably only qualified to ask the elders of Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Academy for help. She would probably have to wait until she reached the level of a super mystical dragon. At the very least, she would have to become the strongest in the Northern Desolate Dragon Martial Academy. Only then would she have that kind of influence and right to speak. The Dark Dragon Inferno technique is not exclusive to me. Ran Ran quickly smiled and said, "This is just an advanced source dragon technique from the Northern Desolate Dragon Martial Academy. Anyway, I inherited this technique from my parents. I have the right to decide whether to teach it to others. The Northern Desolate Dragon Martial Academy has no right to control me." "All right." Kong Shinmu nodded. He felt a little apologetic towards Ran Ran. After all, he was the one who caused Ran Ran to lose her memories. Although it was not necessarily a bad thing for Ran Ran, he knew very well that losing her memories was a huge blow to Ran Ran. Although the memories she lost might not be good, they still represented her previous life. Immediately after, Ran Ran and Kong Shinmu put on their veils and went to the Northern Mountain Dragon Country's imperial city. They went to the courtyard at the back of the mountain. Ran Ran recorded the cultivation method of the Dark Dragon Inferno technique and handed it to Dragon Emperor personally. Kang Xinmu had not cultivated this dragon technique to its peak, so he naturally could not write down the complete cultivation method. Only Ran Ran could do it. Senior Dragon Emperor, please inspect it. After Ran Ran finished writing, she handed it over. She was dressed in black and had a slim figure. The seal of Emperor Shi on her wrist was also hidden, so the other party did not know her identity. However, Dragon Emperor Bei Shui would be satisfied as long as he could obtain the advanced source dragon martial skill. As for who Kang Xinmu and the others were, although he was a bit curious, he knew that there was no need for him to find out. If he insisted on investigating, he would only bring trouble upon himself. 3 Dragon Blood Talent Pills. Dragon Emperor Bei Shui nodded in satisfaction after checking. She smiled at Kang Xinmu and handed him a pill bottle. The 3 of them left the northern mountain dragon country's imperial city. Kang Xinmu chose a snowy mountain that looked relatively desolate and flew towards the depths of the snowy mountain with the 2 girls. He planned to take this opportunity to break through to the 8th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. No matter how many times I see it, I still feel that the snowflakes are so beautiful. Sui sat on Kang Xinmu's dragon neck and looked at the white snow and the snowy mountains around her. She sighed with emotion once again. She had never seen such a snowy mountain in the area where the demon god race lived. According to her, the world where the demon god race lived was a barren land. There were not even many green life forms. Even if there were only some poisonous plants. It was unlike the Dragon Martial continent, which was truly like a world with life. Kang Xinmu had said more than once that it was really pitiful for her to live in a place like the demon god race. Sui was very happy to be able to come to the Dragon Martial continent to experience it. Hearing Sui's words, Ran Ran immediately chuckled. What a country bumpkin. You haven't even seen snow before, and you call yourself the princess of the demon god race. Humph, I won't bother with you. Sui stuck her tongue out at her. She now knew that the relationship between Kang Xinmu and Ran Ran was not that of a man and a woman. After knowing this, she secretly heaved a sigh of relief when she thought of Ran Ran, although she did not know why. The 3 of them flew toward the depths of the snowy mountain. Not long after, they came to a rather spacious col on the snowy mountain. They looked around but did not see any traces of demonic beasts or dragon martial artists. Only then did Kang Xinmu feel relieved. I will break through here. Ran Ran, protect me. Kang Xinmu instructed Ran Ran. Breaking through to the 8th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm would require him to deal with 2 Nirvana beasts. He must not be disturbed. Once he was disturbed, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Sui naturally could not make Kang Xinmu feel at ease. Therefore, Kang Xinmu chose to break through while Ran Ran was still around. Okay. Of course, Ran Ran would do her best for Kang Xinmu. She transformed into a slender black dragon and flew to the top of the snowy mountain at the side. She observed everything around her. Sui jumped down from Kang Xinmu's dragon neck. Under Ran Ran's supervision, she hid behind an ice peak. Then, she poked her head out and looked at Kang Xinmu in the sky. She had never seen a dragon martial artist break through. She wondered if it was the same as the demon god race's breakthrough. Nirvana Tribulation Realm, Rebirth Tribulation Realm, these realms had the same names. Suddenly, a terrifying vortex of energy erupted from above. Endless Nirvana aura surged out from the vortex. Kang Xinmu's black dragon body directly rushed toward the vortex of energy. It happened to meet the Nirvana beast that rushed out of the vortex. It really is a Nirvana beast. Sui, who was hiding behind the ice peak, saw this situation and her eyes lit up. Previously, she knew that dragon martial artists had to defeat Nirvana beasts when they broke through, but she did not know if it was the same type of Nirvana beast as the demon god race. But now, she was sure, whether it was the dragon god race or the demon god race, the Nirvana beast that they had to defeat when they broke through was the same type. They must have come from the same power. Where did this power come from? These Nirvana beasts were formed from extremely pure Nirvana energy. As long as a Nirvana beast could be defeated, the cultivator's cultivation realm could be improved and their talent would be enhanced. No one knew where the Nirvana beast and the rebirth beast came from. These were giant beasts formed from the essence of these two powers. The power of Nirvana strengthened the innate abilities of the dragon martial artists and the demon god race. At the same time, it would also strengthen the essence blood of the divine dragons and demon gods, transforming them into a higher level of power that had a special effect. The power of rebirth was the same. To Kang Shinmu, the first Nirvana beast was nothing at all. He even relied on the power of his physical body to completely smash that Nirvana beast into pieces. Then, he absorbed the pure power of Nirvana into his body. But immediately after, the second Nirvana beast appeared. The second Nirvana beast was the same as usual. It was 5 times stronger than the first Nirvana beast. Even its size was 5 times bigger. As long as they could defeat it, the dragon martial artists and the demon god race would be equivalent to breaking through 2 realms. Their power of Nirvana would be even more condensed. It's really too strong. I have to take the dragon blood talent elixir. Chapter 4508. The dragon blood talent pill was swallowed by Kang Shinmu, and he soon felt the pill heat up in his body. In the next moment, the tyrannical power of the divine dragon's blood essence erupted. The power of the divine dragon's blood essence was the frost attribute Nirvana force, and it even had the characteristics of reincarnation essence. 5 elements mysterious ice force. Kang Shinmu was quite familiar with this power. It was actually the same power as the girl Shi Yueying, whom Yen Dragon Emperor had met previously. The 5 elements mysterious ice force was a rather powerful type of the frost attribute divine dragon's blood essence. Moreover, this dragon blood talent pill was refined from the power left behind by the old Dragon Emperor. It contained a part of the old Dragon Emperor's power. Logically speaking, this pill was very powerful. Even if it was a genius dragon martial artist, as long as they consumed this dragon blood talent pill, they would be able to defeat the second Nirvana beast and complete the condensation of the Nirvana force. Unfortunately, the effect of this dragon blood talent pill was too powerful. Ordinary dragon martial artists would not be able to withstand the impact of its medicinal power. Only those who had reached the level of Dragon Emperor, such as the North Snow Dragon Emperor, would be able to endure the impact of the medicinal power, but the North Snow Dragon Emperor himself was not any weaker than the original owner of this pill, so why would he need to consume some dragon blood innate pill? Therefore, this dragon blood talent pill was almost useless. Otherwise, it would have been consumed long ago, and Kang Shinmu would not have had a chance. In fact, Dragon Emperor Bei Shui did not think that Kang Shinmu only wanted the dragon blood talent pill to absorb it, and then fight against the second Nirvana beast to make a breakthrough. After all, no matter how powerful Kang Shinmu was, he was just a junior. How could he withstand the impact of the dragon blood talent pill? Unfortunately, Kang Shinmu's divine dragon body was too strong. The power of the 5 extreme mysterious ice erupted within Kang Shinmu's body and quickly spread to his surroundings. Thanks to the fact that Kang Shinmu had devoured quite a number of people's powers to counterattack, including the power of the ice attribute, he had some experience in controlling the power of the ice attribute. At this moment, he directly unleashed the power of the 5 elements mysterious ice and attacked the second Nirvana beast. The Nirvana beast did not have any attributes. It could be understood as the chaos attribute. When Kang Shinmu broke through previously, no matter how much preparation he did in advance, it was useless. He could not absorb the energy of some beasts in advance to increase his resistance against Nirvana beasts. He could only slowly absorb the chaotic energy of Nirvana beasts when he really faced them. And now, he couldn't use his devouring power. He could only use the power of the 5 extremes mysterious ice to attack the Nirvana beast. Very quickly, Kong Shinmu withstood the impact of the Dragon Blood Talent Pill's medicinal effect. Moreover, he unleashed the complete power of the 5 elements mysterious ice. The super strong power exploded immediately and forced the Nirvana beast to retreat. As the Nirvana beast roared, it also unleashed a terrifying chaotic energy to deal with Kong Shinmu's attack. Even with the strength of Kong Shinmu's divine dragon body, he couldn't withstand it and sustained minor injuries. One should know that Kong Shinmu's ability to challenge someone of a higher level was rare in the world. Even so, he couldn't defeat the second Nirvana beast easily. One could imagine that there weren't many people in the world who could start to condense the Nirvana power at the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Unless it was a powerful dragon martial artist with a noble background who was qualified to cultivate the holy dragon martial arts technique. Fortunately, compared to those people, Kong Shinmu's foundation wasn't too far behind. However, Ran and the other dragon martial artists who were born in the dragon martial continent might be lagging behind. Of course, now that the Void Disc had opened up the demon hunting points reward, they could obtain the Holy Dragon weapon and the Holy Dragon martial arts technique. They still had a chance to catch up when they reached the Rebirth Tribulation realm. Above the snowy mountains, under the blue sky. As Kong Shinmu and the Nirvana beast fought each other, the energy exploded and spread. The commotion was enough to spread dozens of miles away. I hope no one noticed the situation here. Ran observed the surroundings carefully and thought to herself. However, what she was afraid of happened. Just as Kong Shinmu and the Nirvana beast were halfway through the battle, a few divine dragons flew over from the sky far away. Those divine dragons were obviously dragon martial artists. They sensed the situation and flew over to check it out. Among them, the Ice Divine Dragon was at the Dragon King's level and had the cultivation of the 7th stage of the Rebirth Tribulation realm. This was equivalent to the weakest superior devil spirit. Behind him were the Divine Dragon martial artists at the intermediate stage of the Rebirth Tribulation realm. There were 4 of them. 2 were at the 4th stage, 1 was at the 5th stage, and 1 was at the 6th stage. A total of 5 people. When they saw Kong Shinmu breaking through, their eyes lit up. Someone is breaking through here. Brothers, should we collect some money as a gift? The Ice Dragon King, who was the leader, sneered and deliberately flew to a place not far from where Jiang Shenwu and the Nirvana beast were fighting. As the battle between Kong Shinmu and the Nirvana beast was halfway through, both sides' energy was almost depleted. Therefore, the other party didn't realize that the Nirvana beast that Kong Shinmu was challenging was actually the second Nirvana beast. Although they felt that the energy waves from the battle were a little strong, they didn't think that Kong Shinmu was a strong martial artist after fighting a Nirvana beast for so long. A dragon-level dragon weapon, let's go. They also noticed that Ran were watching the battle, so they immediately shouted at Ran. Otherwise. Let's make a move and ensure that he fails to break through. Once he failed to break through, it would be very difficult for him to break through in the future because the Nirvana beast that appeared would be even more powerful. However, they didn't know that if they interrupted Kong Shinmu's battle, Kong Shinmu wouldn't fail to break through. However, he wouldn't be able to condense more Nirvana energy because he didn't defeat the second Nirvana beast. The consequences were extremely serious. This meant that his Dragon Blood Talent Elixir would be wasted. When breaking through to the Nirvana Tribulation realm, no one could interrupt him. Otherwise, the challenge would be considered a failure, and the Nirvana beast would disintegrate and disappear. Therefore, it was a taboo to be interrupted when breaking through to the Nirvana Tribulation realm. This was the first time that Kang Xinmu encountered a situation where someone interrupted his breakthrough. Fortunately, Ran Ran was beside him, and she definitely wouldn't let this group of people disturb him. When the other party shouted at Ran Ran, of course, had already taken action. She transformed into a dragon and flew directly to the other party's location. It had been half a year since the hole in the sky barrier was blasted open. In this half a year, Ran Ran obtained many devil pills from Kang Xinmu and exchanged them for demon hunting points. Her combat power could be said to have improved by leaps and bounds. If it was in the past, she might not be a match for the superior devil spirit. But now, she could even beat the superior devil spirit that was at the 9th level of the rebirth tribulation realm. Chapter 4509. The high-grade source dragon martial skill that Ran Ran practiced was a dragon martial skill suitable for women to practice. In Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy, there were many such dragon martial techniques. This high-level source dragon martial technique was called Dark Phoenix Heart Exterminating. Although it was a dragon martial technique, it could summon several dark phoenixes. With the dark attribute talent power, it could exterminate the heart. It had the highest penetrating power and lethality. She transformed into a dark jade extreme dragon and used the heaven-grade wind death tornado break to burst forth with terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, she appeared in front of her opponent. Dragon King, who was at the 7th level of the rebirth tribulation realm, saw this and his expression changed. He didn't know before, but now that he saw Ran Ran use the dragon martial technique, he could already feel the terrifying aura coming from her body. She's a tough one. Go around her, I'll block her. Dragon King, who was at the 7th level of the rebirth tribulation realm, directly ordered his subordinates. He ordered his subordinates to go around Ran Ran and disturb Kang Xinmu's breakthrough. As for himself, he was to block Ran Ran's attack. Under such circumstances, as long as his subordinates could go around her, he would win. Ran Ran would definitely not dare to take the risk to continue attacking them. She would definitely hand over the treasure obediently. At this time, Dragon King was thinking that this girl had such a terrifying aura. She was obviously a genius who could challenge those who were at a higher level than her. Such a genius must have some good things on her. This time, I should be able to gain a lot of things, right? It's a rare opportunity to see someone break through to the Nirvana tribulation realm. I must make good use of it. However, Dragon King's expression quickly darkened. This was because he discovered that all the subordinates he ordered to go around Ran Ran to disturb Kang Xinmu's breakthrough were blown back by a tornado halfway. Wind Death Tornado Break. This dragon martial technique had already been cultivated to the heaven stage by Ran Ran. At this moment, when it erupted, she could already freely control dozens of tornadoes. If it wasn't for the fact that her cultivation was not high enough to reach the high level of the rebirth tribulation realm, she could even control all the tornadoes around her with Wind Death Tornado Break. Those little dragon warriors were blown back by Ran Ran's Wind Death Tornado Break. As for Dragon King, who was at the 7th level of the rebirth tribulation realm. Dark Phoenix Heart Destruction. The advanced human-grade origin dragon martial technique erupted from the black dragon that Ran Ran had transformed into. A total of 4 black phoenixes first appeared in the void, then transformed into 4 streams of heart destruction force, exploding toward the Dragon King at an extremely terrifying speed. At this time, the Dragon King had just ordered his subordinates to go around. His eyes widened as he saw his subordinates being blown back by the tornado. In the blink of an eye, he was faced with such a terrifying attack. The penetrative power of the Dark Phoenix Heart Destruction was considered top-notch even among high-grade origin dragon martial skills. At this moment, the Dragon King body that he had transformed into was instantly pierced through 4 holes. Endless dragon blood gushed out from the holes and splattered on the snowy mountain. These 4 holes were not his vital parts. After all, Ran only wanted to teach him a lesson, not kill him. His actions might affect the life of a dragon warrior who was in the midst of a breakthrough. It was already good enough that Ran only gave him such serious injuries as punishment. The Dragon King was pierced through by the Dark Phoenix heart-piercing attack. For bloody holes appeared on his body, and his entire body was sent flying backward. Then, like a kite with its string cut, he landed heavily on the snowy mountain, creating a huge crater. Ran's current combat strength was already quite terrifying. Although it was not as powerful as Kang Xinmu, who could defeat a high-grade devil general, it was already invincible in the same realm. The entire battle was as smooth as flowing water. There was not the slightest bit of sloppiness. And Kang Xinmu did not care about this at all. He continued to use the innate power of the Five Extremes mysterious ice force to fight the second Nirvana beast. This girl's combat strength is also quite strong. Su Yi hid behind an ice mountain. She had no intention of escaping. Instead, she looked excitedly at the place where Ran attacked. She was somewhat eager to try. This little princess of the demon god race was also very interested in fighting. Unfortunately, when she was in the demon god race, no one fought with her. Even if she forced someone to spar with her, the other party would just casually put on an act. Therefore, Su Yi had not encountered any decent battles until now. I also want to go up and teach this evil person a lesson. Su Yi sighed. Unfortunately, she cultivated the bloodline of the ancient demon god. What flowed in her body was not the blood of a divine dragon. If she really wanted to fight and exposed the bloodline of the ancient demon god, then it would be tragic. Very soon, a super divine dragon or even a supreme divine dragon would appear and directly destroy her in the dragon martial continent. Right, isn't there still that move? Suddenly, Su Yi thought of an ancient demonic technique of the demon god race. She had never cultivated it before and felt that it was useless. But now, she might be able to satisfy her craving for fighting. Unfortunately, that demonic technique also required time to cultivate. She could not participate in this battle now. That demonic technique was the desolate god demonic technique passed down by the royal family of the demon god race. Although it was only an elementary desolate god demonic technique, its effects were not bad. It could conceal the aura of the ancient demon god bloodline and disguise one's appearance as something else. It could be a demonic beast or an immovable mountain. Previously, she had felt that it was useless. Now, it seemed that she could directly disguise herself as a dragon martial artist. Phantom God. If I had known earlier, I would have cultivated this move properly. But it's not too late to start from the beginning. Su Yi secretly made a decision. While Kang Xinmu was cultivating, she would cultivate the Phantom God. If she succeeded in cultivating it, she could disguise herself as a dragon martial artist. Wouldn't that be extremely comfortable? Now, she felt that she was an outsider in the dragon martial continent. But if she cultivated the Phantom God, she might be able to integrate into this place and have fun. She might even be able to really fight with others. Just thinking about it made her feel a little excited. When Ran defeated the few troublemakers with lightning speed, Kang Xinmu's battle quickly came to an end. Originally, he had almost killed the Nirvana beast. However, the effect of the dragon blood talent elixir was almost over, so he was somewhat lacking in strength. That was why the battle had dragged on for such a long time. But the next moment, Kang Xinmu exploded with a violent physical strength and smashed the Nirvana beast that was already riddled with scars and holes. Immediately, endless Nirvana essence fused into Kang Xinmu's body and was completely absorbed by him. The devouring power that was in deep slumber was affected by the Nirvana essence and was being deeply condensed. This was not Jiang Shenwu's first time condensing Nirvana essence. Everything was a walk in the park for him, and he could clearly feel that he had become stronger. I've finally broken through to the 8th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. One last step before I can reach the peak of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm and advance towards the Rebirth Tribulation Realm. Chapter 45:10. After reaching the 8th level of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, Kang Shinmu could clearly feel that he had become stronger. However, it was his devouring power that had become stronger. Now that the Black Dragon's consciousness was asleep, the devouring power in his body could not be used at all. In other words, on the surface, there was no increase in his strength unless the Black Dragon's consciousness awakened. This made Kang Shinmu a little depressed. He felt that the Black Dragon's consciousness was dangerous, but the Black Dragon's consciousness was related to his strength. If there was a choice, and he had to choose whether to awaken the Black Dragon's consciousness, he really did not know what to choose. Now, he could only take it one step at a time. Kang Shinmu deactivated the Divine Dragon form and flew towards where Ran Ran was. Of course, he sensed that someone wanted to disturb his breakthrough, but he did not care. He believed that Ran Ran would help him solve all the problems. Forget it, I won't ask who you are. Hand over your dragon weapons and demon cores. Kang Shinmu came in front of them and said straightforwardly. Although he did not think much of their things, since they had done something wrong, they had to be punished. For Kang Shinmu, these things were not important, but for the other party, these things were absolutely precious, or even the most important things on them. The 7th level of the Rebirth Tribulation Realm, Dragon King, was suddenly dumbfounded. Kang Shinmu flew back with the 2 girls. They did not get many dragon weapons, only 3, but many demon cores. Unfortunately, they were only at the level of Sky Demon and Saint Demon. There was not even a Demon King demon core. With the current strength of Kang Shinmu's body, this level of demon core was not even enough to heal him. At the same time, he would need several demon cores. Su-yi did not say her plan. She decided to give Kang Shinmu a surprise at the critical moment. Ran Ran, are you confident that you can enter the Tianxian district in the next school tournament? Kang Shinmu asked casually. Half and half, but Xiao Yuhua will definitely enter the Tianxian district, her foundation is better than mine. Ran Ran said. Yes. Kang Shinmu nodded, feeling slightly relieved. If he could reach the Tianxian district, he would be able to access the core information and find out what was going on with the Chaos Heaven devouring dragon. Now, Kang Shinmu felt very uncomfortable. It was better to solve this matter as soon as possible. They returned to the imperial city of the northern mountain dragon country. Kang Shinmu bade farewell to Ran Ran and then continued to lead Su-yi and Su-yi towards the southeast. The direction in which Dragon Emperor Yen was heading was exactly where they were headed. After leaving the northern mountain dragon country, he arrived at the territory of Donghuang Yanggu College. However, Kang Shinmu was not afraid. He had concealed his identity, and he had Su-yi by his side. Most people would not think that he was Kang Shinmu. Now, Xiaofan definitely did not have the time to care about him. Outside the sky barrier, there were many powerful demons wandering around. If the Super Dragon Dean did not patrol and deal with them, the sky barrier would soon collapse. According to Su-yi, the dragon god world above the martial dragon continent was now facing the counter-invasion of the demon god race. The supreme divine dragons could be said to be unable to protect themselves. The martial dragon continent could only rely on themselves. The 8th level of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, the 7th level of the Dragon King. In the remaining time, I can continue to advance towards a higher level. Although Kang Shinmu could not use the devouring power now, there was no doubt that he could still break through to the next level and improve the level of the divine dragon blood essence. He could also cultivate various origin source dragon martial techniques to make himself stronger. Kang Shinmu had already cultivated the Dark Dragon Imperial Filth Art to the dragon level, and he was only one step away from reaching the peak of the heaven level. As for the Divine Dragon Tyrant Body Art and the Wind Shadow Flowing Cloud Flash, they were now about to break through to the earth level. Once these two origin source dragon martial techniques could break through, it would be a qualitative transformation for Kang Xinmu. It was extremely difficult for a high-grade origin source dragon martial technique to break through to the next level. If he had not specially let some demon emperor level powerhouses attack him when he completed some training, so that he could deliberately injure himself and then recover, the divine dragon tyrant body art would most likely still be at a very weak level. In the next 2 months, Kang Xinmu brought Su Yi to the Flame Dragon Emperor realm while mainly cultivating these two high-grade origin source dragon martial techniques. After tempering these two high-grade origin source dragon martial techniques, and after parting with Ran for 2 months, Kang Xinmu finally cultivated these two high-grade origin source dragon martial techniques to the earth level. The wind shadow flowing cloud flash originally could only teleport less than 100,000 feet in a single flash. But now, it suddenly exploded to 100,000 feet, and the distance that could be teleported had increased by 10 times. Moreover, it made Kang Xinmu's perception of the void even stronger. On the other hand, the divine dragon tyrant body art doubled the defense of Kang Xinmu's physical body. Moreover, when he used power attack, defense, and nimble stance, the effect was also doubled. Originally, the defense stance could increase Kang Xinmu's defense by 1 time. But now, the defense stance could increase Kang Xinmu's defense by 2 times. This was a kind of qualitative transformation. If Kang Xinmu could still use the devouring power, his strength would have already reached a rather terrifying level. Of course, his base strength was still too low. Even if the dragon martial technique increased his strength by several times, in the eyes of some powerhouses, this increase was still limited. Unless I can quickly break through to the dragon emperor level of divine dragon blood essence, and reach the reincarnation tribulation realm. These two aspects affected the foundation of Kang Xinmu's strength. Now, his foundation was a little weak. Once these two foundations were improved, his strength would reach an extremely terrifying level. Currently, he was still not a match for Dragon Emperor Yan and the other Dragon Emperors because his foundation was too weak. However, as long as he reached the Dragon Emperor level and broke through to the reincarnation tribulation realm, he would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Dragon Emperor Yan, who was at the peak of the Dragon Emperor Yan. That would be a real transformation. Breaking through realms and breaking through to the grade of divine dragon blood essence can only be done slowly. Kang Xinmu sighed. As time passed, he was about to absorb all the treasures of heaven and earth that Ran brought down for him. Although the devouring power could not be used to fight enemies, it could still be used for cultivation. Devouring treasures of heaven and earth could still completely absorb the spiritual qi and the energy of the dragon mark. As Kang Xinmu had been training for a long time, it was not a problem for him to completely rely on treasures of heaven and earth to provide the energy of his dragon mark. The key was that he could not devour too much at one time, otherwise, it would affect the quality of his divine dragon blood essence. It had been 10 months since they had fallen from the sky dome barrier. Kang Xinmu broke through again. The grade of divine dragon blood essence had reached the 8th level of the Dragon King. His cultivation had reached the 9th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Chapter 45:11. The 9th tier of the Nirvana Tribulation, the 8th tier of the Dragon King. Kang Xinmu had spent nearly a year outside of the Emperor Shi Dragon Martial Arts Academy to achieve such a breakthrough. Finally, he had not fallen behind in his progress. If he were to participate in the school tournament now, he would definitely be able to enter the Tianxian district, and even the Tianshu district would be a sure thing. Of course, there was still a huge gap between him and the geniuses like Feng Ligei and Yu Tianchang. After all, their foundations were much better than Kang Xinmu's. Most importantly, his 2 advanced origin dragon martial skills had both reached the earth grade, which increased his actual combat prowess by a bit. After 10 months, Kang Xinmu took Su Yi to the southeast from the northern wilderness. They passed by Donghuang Yangu College, Sacred Abyss Dragon Country, and Xiaofan Dragon Country, the hometown of the Fire Phoenix Princess. Along the way, he and Sui were familiar with each other. On this day, they finally arrived at the Demon Emperor Dragon Country. Kong Xinmu had once been chased here, and he had to rely on the protection of the demon beasts to escape. He had traveled directly to Donghuang Yangu College through the ancient spacetime formation. He had even been imprisoned for half a year. All of this seemed like a long time to Kong Xinmu. He had returned to the Demon Emperor Dragon Country. Now, it could be said that no one could pose a threat to him. Even the strongest reincarnation state Dragon Emperor could only suppress him, but not kill him. Before he could use the devouring power, it would not be so easy for Kong Xinmu to kill these peak Dragon Emperors. The key was that the other party was not alone. The other party was the ruler of the Dragon Emperor country. Moreover, Kong Xinmu had a demon god princess with him. This is the Demon Emperor Dragon Country. Should we continue to train? Sui looked a little eager. He had never seen her put so much effort into training before. Kong Xinmu was a little puzzled. Of course, he did not know that this was the Rage God Demon skill that Sui cultivated. She had finally mastered the Phantom Demon skill. With the Phantom God, she could disguise herself as a dragon martial artist and not expose her identity as the little princess of the demon god race. Of course, she had just mastered the Phantom Demon skill and had barely reached the human level. The Rage God Demon skill was not so easy to cultivate. It was much more powerful and difficult than the Source Demon skill. It had taken her half a year to cultivate the Phantom Demon skill to reach the human level, which was already very impressive. Of course, her talent was not very high. Among the demon god royal family, she could only be considered to be at the bottom. However, it didn't matter to her. After all, she didn't want to become a peerless expert. Training, of realm, demon realm. Jiang Shenwu narrowed his eyes. He had been training all this way, and it hadn't always been smooth. When he had been hunting some demon sovereigns, he had even been ambushed. In the end, he had relied on his physical body to escape with Sui. Sui also found it very exciting, which confused Kong Xinmu. Usually, the demon god princess felt very bored. After all, she had thought that even if she wanted to cross the entire dragon martial continent, she would only need to use the instant magic ring once. Why would she need nearly a year? Normally, the little princess of the demon god race felt very bored. After all, she had originally thought that even if she wanted to travel across the entire dragon martial continent, she would only need to use the instant magic ring to travel once. Why would it take her nearly a year? Almost a year had passed. If not for Sui's accident, the void demons would have stopped fighting. At the very least, they would not need to attack the void disk so frequently. Almost a year had passed. If not for Sui's accident, the void demons would have stopped fighting long ago. At the very least, they would not be attacking the void disk as frequently as they were now. Almost a year had passed. If not for Sui's accident, the void demons would have stopped fighting. At the very least, they would not be attacking the void disk as frequently as they were now. So now, the void monsters were attacking the sky barriers in other places. It was said that these void monsters were looking for the lost princess of the demon god race. So there was a rumor circulating in the dragon martial continent that the demon god race's princess might be alive in the dragon martial continent. As long as they found her, they would have the right to negotiate with the demon god race. But no one knew that the void demon orb had disappeared with the demon god race's princess. That was what the demon god race really cared about. As for Sui, she was just a little princess. No matter how much they doted on her, compared to a sacred object like the void demon orb, her status was still much lower. Demon Emperor Dragon Country. There was a gathering place for monsters in the east. This place was a barren stone forest. Many monsters lived there, and they were basically harmless to dragon warriors. For example, some demon stone beasts. Of course, if a dragon martial artist were to invade their territory, they would definitely resist and kill all the invading dragon martial artists. In the past, there were many dragon martial artists who got lost and entered this stone forest. As a result, they were directly killed by the demonic stone beasts. If not for the fact that the demon stone beasts had a leader who was an 8th-level reincarnation tribulation realm demon emperor, this stone forest would have been eradicated by the demon emperor dragon country long ago. And the mission to exterminate this group of demon stone beasts was issued by the demon emperor dragon country's Demon Hunters Association. Of course, this demon hunter mission was extremely difficult. It was not something an ordinary person could complete. The mission had been posted for a long time, but no one had ever tried to accept it. But today, a black-clothed youth and a graceful girl with a veil finally accepted the demon hunter mission to exterminate the demon stone beasts. He is, the monster slayer dragon god? Many people in the Demon Hunters Association guessed the identity of the black-clothed youth. Many people exclaimed in surprise. They hadn't expected the monster slayer dragon god to come to the demon emperor dragon country. Moreover, he had accepted the monster hunting mission to eliminate the demon emperor of the demon stone beasts. Once he completed the mission, the demon emperor dragon country would become much more stable. After accepting the demon hunter mission, the black-clothed youth left the Demon Hunters Association with the graceful girl and headed in the direction of the desolate stone forest. No one dared to follow them for fear of being killed by the shockwaves of the battle. Many dragon warriors started to bet on whether the monster slayer dragon god could kill the demon emperor of the demon stone beasts. Most people bet on the demon stone beasts being killed. It was obvious that the monster slayer dragon god still had a lot of prestige in the dragon martial continent. The monster slayer dragon god had suddenly appeared from the north to the south. It was as if he was a genius disciple of some hidden dragon warrior family who had gone out to train. He had already killed countless demon emperor-level demon beasts. Even in the demon world, the monster slayer dragon god's reputation had already made many demon beasts tremble in fear. Many demon beasts had asked for help from the 4 great dragon martial academies. Unfortunately, the 4 great dragon martial academies did not care. After all, in a battle of the same level, if a demon beast was killed, it meant that it was not strong enough. Even if the situation was reversed and the dragon warriors were killed by the demon beasts, they would not care. Chapter 45:12 Demon Emperor Dragon Country, deep within the desolate stone forest. 2 demon stone beasts were conversing in the depths of the desolate stone forest. One of the demon stone beasts was squatting on the ground. From its size, it was probably 1,000 zhang tall when standing up. This was the size of a demon emperor. It was clearly a demon stone emperor. There was also a demon stone beast that stood in front of the demon stone emperor. It was over 400 meters tall and looked like a demon king-level demon stone beast. Beside these 2 demonic stone beasts, there was an ancient spacetime formation. Normally, no dragon warrior would come to the depths of this desolate stone forest because there were too many demonic beasts in the periphery, not to mention the existence of the demonic stone emperor. Father, I heard that the monster slayer dragon god has been heading east. Looking at the time, he should be here soon. The demon king demon stone beast said carefully, Father, do you think the monster slayer dragon god will come here? It had a worried look on its face. It was obvious that it was afraid of the monster slayer dragon god. Father is prepared. The demon stone emperor let out a low roar and said in a language that only the demon stone beast could understand, as long as the monster slayer dragon god appears, the other demon emperors will come to support us and eliminate the monster slayer dragon god. That's good. The demon king demon stone beast was relieved. Then it asked, Right, Father, this time, the dragon martial fortress has summoned demonic beasts again. They want us to go hunt void demonic beasts. Are we really going to ignore them? The appearance of the monster slayer dragon god has exhausted us demonic beasts. There are countless casualties, but the 4 dragon martial academies do not care. The demon stone emperor snorted coldly. Why should we help them hunt void demonic beasts? With the help of those dragon emperors, they have enough manpower. Moreover, what benefits can we get from hunting void demonic beasts? Dragon Emperor powerhouses could exchange demon hunting points for dragon weapons and dragon martial techniques, but demonic beasts could not exchange points for anything useful. Demonic beasts' cultivation relied purely on awakening their bloodline power. The more talented the demonic beast, the purer the bloodline power they awakened. As they continued to awaken their bloodline power, the grade of the demonic beast's bloodline would increase. From Sky Demon to Sacred Demon Beast, to Demon King, and finally to Demon Emperor. However, the martial dragon continent's demonic beasts had never awakened a demonic beast that surpassed the Demon Emperor realm. This was the sorrow of the demonic beasts on the martial dragon continent. Just as the Demon Stone Emperor and his son were discussing, there were already 2 dragon martialists charging into the depths of the desolate stone forest. To be more precise, it was a dragon warrior and a demon god princess. Su-yi arrived outside the desolate stone forest and directly activated the bloodline power of the ancient demon god, the 16-winged heavenly demon god. This was the first time Kang Shinmu had seen her transform into the form of an ancient demon god. She was a powerful existence at the level of a demon king, equivalent to the dragon king's inherited blood essence. Moreover, the power of her 16-winged heavenly demon god bloodline could increase the grade of her inherited blood essence as she grew up. This was a top-notch ancient demon god bloodline. The 16-winged heavenly demon god had 8 pairs of pitch-black wings and a height of more than 6,000 feet. Its pupils were as dark as night and contained endless demonic energy. Without a doubt, this 16-winged heavenly demon god was a female. Previously, Jiang Shenwu had seen the demon god race's princess guard, Mo Feng, transform into a 3-headed and 6-armed demon god. Compared to that 3-headed and 6-armed demon god, Su-yi's ancient demon god form was obviously much slimmer. Furthermore, her curves were exquisite, and she was curvaceous. If not for the terrifying demonic aura she emitted, countless people would probably think that she was a peerless beauty. The image of the 16-winged heavenly demon god did not last long. Su-yi had only just transformed when she immediately displayed the phantom demon Shadow's desolate god demonic skill. She covered herself with endless demonic energy and actually disguised herself as a darkness attribute dragon king level dragon martialist. As a result, the situation of the 2 black dragons charging into the depths of the desolate stone forest appeared. Even though your cultivation realm isn't high, your ancient demon god bloodline seems pretty strong. Kang Shinmu said with a chuckle. Of course. Don't you know who this princess is? Su-yi said proudly. After displaying the phantom demon shadow, she could move in the form of a divine dragon and was not afraid of being exposed. Moreover, this was the desolate god demonic skill. Although she had only cultivated it to the human level, it had already concealed the demonic energy in her body. Unless it was an existence of the supreme divine dragon level, it would be impossible to see her true identity. And the demonic skills that she displayed in battle were also of the darkness attribute. After concealing the demonic energy, she had completely become a darkness attribute dragon martialist. Even if she stayed together with Ran Ran, no one would be able to tell the difference between the 2. The 2 black dragons continued flying into the depths of the desolate stone forest. Along the way, some demon kings and demon stone beasts appeared and attacked them. In the end, they could not even withstand a moment in front of Kang Shinmu. They were directly hit by Kang Shinmu's body and were seriously injured. Some even had their demon stone bodies shattered. Something is not right. Suddenly, Kang Shinmu felt that the surrounding void seemed to have changed. It was as if some powerful aura had traveled through the void and descended into the desolate stone forest. Something is not right. It seems like there are many experts here. Sui's expression also changed. She was a little nervous. Could it be that I have been exposed? A supreme divine dragon has come to capture me? No, it is the aura of some demon beasts. However, they are all demon emperor level. Kang Xinmu's expression darkened. With the ability of the centipede ink beast, he spread out his perception ability to the surroundings. 1, 2, 3. A total of 8 demon emperor level auras had already surrounded the two of them in the center. Monster Slayer Dragon God, you have indeed come. A low, muffled voice came from the depths of the desolate stone forest. Then, Kang Xinmu saw a demon stone emperor that was thousands of feet tall. It walked out from the depths of the desolate stone forest. The surrounding towering stone pillars had actually become its best camouflage. At this moment, it exploded with the aura of a demon emperor, which was why Kang Xinmu had discovered it. Beside this demon stone emperor, there was a demon king demon stone beast that was more than 4,000 feet tall. It was carefully watching them. Kang Xinmu and Sui's divine dragon bodies seemed to be more than 5,000 feet tall. They were both dragon king level of inheritance blood essence, but the demon stone emperor did not underestimate them at all. It was very clear of Kang Xinmu's battle prowess. However, it did not know that there were actually two monster slayer dragon gods. Although the aura of Sui's black dragon form was not that strong, and it was even only at the first tier of the Nirvana Tribulation realm, her body constantly emitted an aura that made the demon stone emperor wary. Although this little princess of the demon god race had disguised herself as a dragon martial artist, the terrifying aura of the 16-winged heavenly demon god bloodline still existed. This was the suppression of the bloodline level, and it could not be concealed. Some of the strongest divine dragon inheritance blood essence also had this kind of suppression. However, such existences were rarely seen in the dragon martial continent. Kang Xinmu had not seen it before. Chapter 45-13. The Demon Stone Emperor was a little surprised, but it was not too nervous. After all, they were prepared this time. 8 demon emperors. All of them were experts at the 9th tier of the Rebirth Tribulation realm, and they were here to kill the Demon Slayer Dragon God. Demon Slayer Dragon God, you didn't expect this, right? You are surrounded. The Demon Stone Emperor spoke in a low voice as it stared down at Kang Xinmu and Sui. Can we beat them? Sui was terrified. She had rushed in excitedly, only to realize that she had been ambushed. This situation made her extremely puzzled. We can't beat them. Kang Xinmu looked around and concluded without hesitation. Then what should we do? Sui was dumbfounded. What else can we do? Run. Without thinking, Kang Xinmu grabbed Sui, who was disguised as a black divine dragon, before the Demon Emperor's encirclement was complete. He turned and fled into the distance. His speed was as fast as lightning. Sunset shadow flowing flash. The high-grade origin source dragon martial technique was activated instantly, and the two of them traversed through space, covering a distance of 100,000 feet in an instant. 100,000 feet was a distance of a few hundred miles. The sunset shadow flowing flash, which had been cultivated to the dragon level, was already very powerful. As long as the other party was not paying attention, he could use this method to escape quickly. Wah! Sui was grabbed by Kang Xinmu and teleported away. She appeared in the stone forest in the distance, looking very nervous. She had already dispelled her ancient demon form and sat on the neck of Kang Xinmu's divine dragon. It was obvious that she had suffered a shock. The demon emperors are very fast, and most importantly, they seem to have left a tracking power on me. Kang Xinmu's expression changed slightly. Although he had teleported a few hundred miles away, the demon emperors did not give up. Instead, they rapidly chased after him. It was obvious that they had grasped his location. Moreover, the other party was also very fast. After all, they had reached the level of a demon emperor. Their bodies were huge, and when they used their powerful samsara power to activate some of their bloodline power, their instantaneous explosive power was extremely strong. Their usual flying speed could reach more than 10 li in a single breath of time. It could be said that they were unrivaled in the world. In just a few seconds, Kang Xinmu saw powerful auras of demon royal flying over from all directions. Hold on tight. Without hesitation, Kang Xinmu turned around and flew out of the desolate stone forest. Sui sat on his black dragon's neck and grabbed onto one of his black dragon scales with both hands. He could feel the hurricane that was constantly retreating around him, giving him a stimulating feeling. This wasn't the first time Kang Xinmu had brought her along to fly like this, but she still felt great every time. Most importantly, the martial dragon continent had greenery, cities, villages, rivers. As they flew, the scenery in front of them was as beautiful as a painting. It wasn't like the demon god race's world, where they were surrounded by pitch-black mountains. Run, run. Sui giggled as if she was riding a horse. If you laugh again, I'll leave you behind. Kang Xinmu warned. Sui immediately shut up, not daring to make a sound. The two of them flew out of the desolate stone forest. Behind them, 8 demon royal experts chased after them like maggots on bones. The distance between the two of them couldn't be widened. After all, Kang Xinmu's basic strength was too weak. In this kind of chase, he didn't have much of an advantage. He could only use the wind shadow flowing cloud flash every once in a while. It should be pointed out that this high-level origin source dragon martial technique required a certain amount of time to prepare. It couldn't be used casually. The devouring power in his body was sealed. If he wanted to use it, it would obviously take him a longer time. If the black dragon's consciousness wasn't sealed, maybe I could really try to deal with those peak demon royal experts. Kang Xinmu sighed. He quickly fled. The demon royal experts chased after him. It seemed like they wouldn't stop until he was dead. After all, Kang Xinmu had killed too many demon royal experts. Many of these demon royals' old friends had died in Kang Xinmu's hands. Therefore, they couldn't let Kang Xinmu go now that they had found an opportunity. They had probably left some traces on Kang Xinmu when he was in the desolate stone forest. No matter how Kang Xinmu fled, he couldn't shake them off. 3 days later. They had even flown out of the territory of the Devil Emperor Dragon Country. Kang Xinmu continued to fly in the direction of the Flame Dragon Emperor. At the same time, the 8 powerful demon royal experts were getting closer to him. 2 of them had even taken a detour and were heading forward to surround Kang Xinmu. This situation made Kang Xinmu's face darken. Until he suddenly felt that the devouring power in his body seemed to have finally obeyed his command and was loosening up. An extremely powerful consciousness seemed to have awakened in his body. Is the black dragon consciousness about to awaken? Kang Xinmu's expression changed. He didn't know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. But at the same time, he felt the dragon-scarred blood pendant that he had been carrying with him all this time suddenly tremble. It even made some crisp sounds. The dragon-scarred blood pendant, this heaven-level dragon weapon, had actually shattered at this moment. What? Kang Xinmu's expression changed. If the dragon-scarred blood pendant shattered, it would be troublesome. There were too many things in the storage space of the dragon-scarred blood pendant that could prove Kang Xinmu's identity. Once it was discovered, it could be deduced that the Devil Slayer Dragon God was a student of Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy, Kang Xinmu. This wouldn't do. What on earth caused the dragon-scarred blood pendant to shatter? I threw all the things of the Demon God clan inside. Could it be, the void holy magic ball? Kang Shinmu's expression didn't look too good. What's wrong? Sui was still sitting on his neck. When she saw that his divine dragon eyes didn't look too good, she couldn't help but ask curiously. Of course, Kang Shinmu wouldn't tell her about this. But at the next moment, an incomparably black devouring power suddenly erupted around Kang Shinmu's divine dragon body. This devouring power enveloped Kang Shinmu's entire divine dragon body. Ah! Sui's petite body was flung away. She watched helplessly as the black dragon that Kang Shinmu had transformed into was enveloped by a black fog and directly fell to the ground. She initially thought that it was the work of those demon emperors. But soon, she felt a terrifying and astonishing aura condensing on Kang Shinmu's black dragon body. It's the chaotic heaven devouring dragon. Sui's expression instantly changed. Chapter 45-14. Not good. Seeing this, Sui immediately unleashed the bloodline power of the ancient demon god, the 16-winged heavenly demon god. A pair of black wings spread out, and all the things that had fallen out of the dragon scar blood pendant were gathered into her arms. Not a single thing was left out. And the void holy magic ball jumped out of the pendant and landed in her arms. Everything was returned to its original owner. Even the things that originally belonged to Kang Shinmu were in her hands. But now, Sui had no time to be happy, because the consciousness of the chaotic heaven-devouring dragon had awakened, and it seemed to have occupied Kang Shinmu's consciousness. This situation was extremely bad. She had originally followed Kang Shinmu to wait for the consciousness of the ancient demon god in the void holy magic ball to awaken, and then think of a way to deal with the chaotic heaven-devouring dragon. But now, the chaotic heaven-devouring dragon had suddenly awakened. There's still a demon emperor chasing after us. Sui gritted her teeth and kept the void holy magic ball in her arms. Now, she could only fight alone. I must send him to the dragon sealing abyss. The dragon sealing abyss could seal the consciousness of the chaotic heaven-devouring dragon, and it would no longer be able to occupy Kang Shinmu's body. Now, the black dragon that Kang Shinmu had transformed into had lost consciousness, and had fallen heavily into a dense forest below. Around the dense forest was a continuous mountain range. Sui did not know which direction the dragon sealing abyss was. She only knew that she had to send Kang Shinmu to the dragon sealing abyss, or the dragon martial continent would likely be destroyed. And now that she was in the dragon martial continent, it was naturally impossible for her to survive. Once the chaotic heaven-devouring dragon truly awakened, it would be a disaster for the entire universe. She absolutely could not let the chaotic heaven-devouring dragon awaken. Other than that, everything else was secondary. And, after nearly a year of interaction, she felt that Kang Shinmu was different from the other dragon gods she had met before. Kang Shinmu was kind, and he did not have that kind of innate hostility towards her, the demon god princess. The power of the void holy magic ball cannot be used now. After all, it's too far away from the void rift, and there's even a layer of sky barrier between us. I can't summon the void aberrations over. Sui put away the void holy magic sphere. Right now, the void saint devil sphere didn't have any physical power. It only had a bit of psychic power that came from the ancient devil god's bloodline. She put away the void holy demon orb, then used the phantom god specter to disguise herself as a black divine dragon. She flew to where Kang Shinmu's divine dragon body had fallen, grabbed Kang Shinmu's black dragon body, and flew up with some difficulty. Because Kang Shinmu cultivated the body-tempering dragon martial technique, the weight of his divine dragon body far exceeded that of a dragon martial artist of the same realm. Sui's cultivation level was not high, he was only at the first level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Now that he was in the state of the phantom god, he could not fully unleash the power of the devil chi. He could only use 70% of his strength to grab Kong Shinmu's dragon body and move forward with great difficulty. The 8 demon emperors behind him didn't seem to notice the changes on this side. They quickly caught up to Jiang Shenwu, only to realize that something had happened to him. He seemed to have fainted, and was being carried by another black dragon in the air, swaying unsteadily in mid-air. The heavens are helping me. The 8 demon emperors thought this way. The monster slayer dragon god was unconscious. This was the best opportunity to kill him. Seeing the 8 demon emperors getting closer and closer, Sui gritted her teeth and took out 2 top-grade rage god demonic weapons. Heaven Imprisoning Demon Orb. The Heaven Imprisoning Demon Orb was activated by the power of the demon god royal family. It was a powerful demonic weapon that could trap opponents several times stronger than itself. However, Sui wasn't using it to trap the 8 demon emperors. After all, the Heaven Imprisoning Demon Orbs and 19 pitch-black orbs could only trap 2 opponents at most. There was no way it could trap 8 demon emperors. So now, the Heaven Imprisoning Demon Orb under Suyi's hand became her protective demonic weapon. Under the cover of the apparition, the Heaven Imprisoning Demon Orb's power erupted and formed 19 layers of Heaven Imprisoning Barrier, protecting Sui within. Then, she held the Instant Demon Ring in her hand. The Instant Demon Ring was a demonic weapon that could travel through space. As long as the multiple void formations were activated, it could send a person thousands of miles away. To find the Sealing Dragon Abyss, she had to first get rid of the 8 demon emperors. Sui immediately activated the multiple void formations of the Instant Demon Ring. Soon, the 8 demon emperors arrived at the scene. In their eyes, the 19 layers of the Heaven Imprisoning Demon Orb were protecting 2 black dragons. One of the black dragons had lost consciousness, while the other was fiddling with a dragon weapon in a ring. Even though they were demon emperors, they couldn't detect any demonic aura. The apparition's camouflage effect was extremely effective. Unless an unparalleled divine dragon came personally, it would be impossible to see through it. Kill. The 8 demon emperors snorted coldly and attacked. First layer of void formations, open. The Instant Demon Ring had a total of 3 layers of void formations that needed to be opened in order to transport her away. When the 8 demon emperors started attacking, the first layer of void formations was finally opened by her demonic aura and royal bloodline. However, the attacks of the 8 demon emperors were extremely terrifying. The Demon Stone Emperor's attack condensed into a huge mountain and crashed down, instantly crushing several layers of the Heaven Imprisoning Demon Orb. The other 7 demon emperors joined forces and completely shattered the Heaven Imprisoning Demon Orb's defenses. The Heaven Imprisoning Demon Orb could trap and defend against opponents who were several times stronger than the user. However, Sui was too weak. With just one attack, the Heaven Imprisoning Demon Orb's defenses were completely shattered. Kong Shinmu and Suyi's bodies were completely exposed to the 8 demon emperors. Second layer of void formations, open. Hurry. Sui didn't have time to care about what was happening behind her. She was focused on opening the void formations in the Instant Demon Ring. The Instant Demon Ring was originally used for traveling, not for fighting. Although it could travel a long distance, it was very troublesome to activate. Now, Sui had no other choice. Kill. When the 8 demon emperors saw this, they wanted to laugh out loud. Each of them used their strongest power and launched a storm of attacks at Sui. At this moment, there was a cracking sound. The Instant Demon Ring's second layer of void formations had finally opened. Sui hurriedly grabbed Kong Shinmu's black dragon body and rolled down the side of the cliff. From the perspective of the 8 demon emperors, it looked like 2 black dragons had rolled down the cliff together. Even so, many of their attacks still landed on Suyi's body. As the 2 black dragon bodies rolled down, Sui spat out a mouthful of blood and stained Kong Shinmu's black dragon body. The cliff towered high. While their tumbling dragon bodies were still in mid-air, Sui finally managed to open the instant demon ring's third layer of void formations with great difficulty. Immediately after, the instant demon ring exploded with a pitch-black light and enveloped her and Kang Shinmu's bodies. Chapter 45-15. The 8 demon emperors had not expected such a thing to happen. They came to the bottom of the cliff and looked at the place where the monster slayer dragon god had disappeared, somewhat baffled. How did they escape? The demon stone emperor's expression was extremely ugly. He had wanted to take this opportunity to kill the monster slayer dragon god, but he had still escaped. It's the dragon weapon. All that was left was the aura of the dragon weapon. What grade is that dragon weapon? How can it block my senses? A Treant demon emperor sucked in a breath of cold air. Even a heaven-grade dragon weapon wouldn't be able to resist its power. However, its tracking ability had been directly worn down by that dragon weapon. Now that they had lost track of the monster slayer dragon god, it was impossible for them to continue their pursuit. However, the monster slayer dragon god has fallen into a coma. We don't know what's going on. As for his companion, she was hit by our combined attack. She must not be feeling well. Activating that dragon weapon to escape was her last bit of strength. A tiger demon emperor said fiercely, "I am very sensitive to the aura of life. That guy took our attack. Even if he had 10 lives, he would have lost 9 of them. The last one is barely hanging on. Even if he doesn't die, he will be seriously injured. He will have to recuperate for at least a few years." The combined attack of 8 demon emperors against 1 dragon king, it was indeed a miracle that the dragon king had not died on the spot. Although Sui had rolled down the cliff with Kang Shinmu in her arms and avoided a small portion of the attack, the rest of the attack had landed on her. Now that the 8 demon emperors had lost track of Kang Shinmu, it was clearly impossible for them to continue their pursuit. However, they did not leave just like that. Instead, they planned to search the vicinity. They guessed that if the monster slayer dragon god had not gone far, they might still be able to find him and kill him once and for all. That would depend on where Kang Shinmu and the others had gone with the dragon weapon. What the 8 demon emperors did not know was that they were not only pursuing the monster slayer dragon god, but also a little princess of the demon god race. It was just that this little princess had used the phantom god's demonic shadow to disguise herself as a desolate god, so she did not expose any demonic chi. Furthermore, the instant magic ring that they escaped from was not a dragon weapon, but a desolate god's demonic weapon. 10,000 miles away. Previously, in a moment of desperation, Sui had set a random distance and activated the instant magic ring's teleportation function. At this moment, they fell out of the void and landed on a snowy mountain. It's actually a snow mountain? Sui forcefully endured the endless pain coming from all over her body. She felt the black dragon she was holding become hotter and hotter. She knew that she had to find the dragon's sealing abyss as soon as possible. Her figure flickered between the 16-winged heavenly demon god and the black divine dragon, constantly switching between one another. Sometimes, both figures existed at the same time. This was the camouflage of the phantom god, and it was about to dissipate. One could see that her 16-winged heavenly demon god bloodline body was already covered in blood. Her bloodline was very strong, but her cultivation realm had yet to grow. It was impossible for a 16-winged heavenly demon god's body to survive the attacks of 8 demon emperors. If she had not pulled Kang Shinmu down the cliff and avoided some of the attacks, she would have died long ago. However, even now, she was already heavily injured and on the verge of death. 11 of the 16-winged heavenly demon god's wings had already been torn into pieces by the terrifying power. The shoulder of the heavenly demon god's body had been completely destroyed, and there was a huge bloody hole in its abdomen, from which the blood of the primordial demon god flowed continuously. The blood of the primordial demon god, flowing on the snowy mountain, would leave traces of demonic qi. Even in this kind of situation, Sui still thought of this. She took out the black dagger that she had used to protect Mo Feng. This dagger was a desolate god's demonic weapon, and it had the power to devour all blood. Mo Feng, you've helped me again. She held the black dagger in her hand. All the blood of the primordial demon god that flowed out of her body was devoured by the black dagger, causing the blood-sucking demonic array on the black dagger to become brighter and brighter. The bloodline of the princess of the demon god race, the blood of a 16-winged heavenly demon god, was an extremely tyrannical bloodline power. If Mo Feng was still alive and used this black dagger, he would not have lost so miserably to the chaotic heaven-swallowing dragon. At the very least, he would have been able to resist for a while. Dragging Kong Shinmu's black dragon body, Sui climbed in a certain direction on the snowy mountain with great difficulty. In the air in front of her, the Void Saint Demon Ball spun and led the way. This holy relic of the demon god race could sense the direction of the sealing dragon abyss. Unfortunately, other than that, it had no other use. Even if it regained consciousness, it could not help Sui in the slightest. Pointing the way for her was already its limit. The sealing dragon abyss is still more than 100 miles away. Instant demon ring, our time is quite coincidental. She still had to drag Kong Shinmu's dragon body for more than 100 miles. This was already an extremely difficult task for Sui. After all, if she did not forcefully hold on, she might have already died. But with the support of her willpower, she still persevered. Even though the bloodline of the 16-winged heavenly demon god was about to run out, she did not give up. Although she said that it was very boring in the Dragon Martial Continent for nearly a year, she actually enjoyed this period of time. Otherwise, she would have long thought of ways to escape from Kong Shinmu's control. But all this time, she was willing to listen to Kong Shinmu. On the Dragon Martial Continent, she came into contact with those things that were very new to her. Those things allowed her to see an even more wonderful world. She did not wish for such a world to be destroyed. In fact, she was very clear that if the primal chaos heaven-devouring dragon completely awakened, not only the Dragon Martial Continent, even the demon god race's world, the dragon god race's world, and even all the other universes and worlds would be destroyed and devoured by the primal chaos heaven-devouring dragon. She did not wish to see such a situation. Therefore, she would definitely persevere and bring Kong Shinmu to the sealing dragon abyss. As for what would happen after reaching the sealing dragon abyss, she could not think about it now. It could even be said that she had already lost the ability to think. She was relying on a single breath to drag Kong Shinmu's black dragon body. Kong Shinmu suddenly fell into darkness. In his memory, he was still being chased by 8 demon emperors. Suddenly, his dragon-marked blood pendant shattered. He was thinking, why did this dragon-marked blood pendant shatter? The next moment, he suddenly fell into darkness. This was an incomparably dark space without any light, and Kong Shinmu could not even feel his own existence. Where was this? He looked around, but could not see anything. This was a space of nothingness. Suddenly, an incomparably huge figure of a pitch-black divine dragon appeared in the sky above his head. A pair of divine dragon eyes stared at Jiang Shenwu as if they were the dark moon in the darkness. This is the black dragon's consciousness? Chapter 45:16. Kong Shinmu quickly realized that the jet-black divine dragon before him was most likely the black dragon's consciousness. The place he was at now was probably in his own space of consciousness. His consciousness space was definitely completely sealed off. However, there were actually some cracks in the sky above his head. The black dragon's consciousness had barged in. What is it trying to do? Is it really as Sui said? Is it the primal chaos sky-devouring dragon, an evil existence that intends to devour the entire universe? Kong Shinmu thought to himself. He watched the huge jet-black divine dragon anxiously and sensed the rich devouring power emanating from its body. This devouring power was much stronger than the devouring power that Kang Xinmu possessed. At this moment, the devouring power was sweeping towards him and slowly circling around his body. The huge jet-black divine dragon didn't say anything, as if it had no intention of explaining anything to Kang Xinmu. The devouring power gradually surrounded Kang Xinmu's consciousness. Kang Xinmu didn't sense any ill intent from this devouring power. Instead, it gave him a familiar feeling, as if this power belonged to him. This devouring power was much stronger than the devouring power that he currently possessed. It seemed like it could devour any power and convert it into its own power. This devouring power was of a higher quality than the devouring power that he had obtained with the dragon-marked blood pendant. This power seemed to be gradually fusing with Kang Xinmu's body. At the moment, Kang Xinmu seemed to be undergoing a fusion process. The black dragon's consciousness was fusing the devouring power into his body. Kang Xinmu didn't know what the black dragon's consciousness was planning. In any case, he had no way of resisting. Even if the black dragon's consciousness really wanted to devour him completely, he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. He could only let the process continue. This process didn't last long in Kang Xinmu's senses. The higher-level devouring power quickly integrated into his body. Perhaps it was because his strength and cultivation level had reached a certain level that he could accommodate this level of devouring power. That was why the black dragon's consciousness had fused with him like this. It was also possible that the black dragon's consciousness had awakened, and the awakened Chaos Heaven devouring dragon wanted to occupy Kang Xinmu's body. In short, Kang Xinmu had no way to resist. He quickly sensed that the fusion process between the high-level devouring power and him had reached 70% to 80% completion. At this moment, the black dragon consciousness above his head suddenly roared angrily, then dissipated like black smoke. The edge of Kang Xinmu's shattered consciousness space was rapidly repaired at this moment. The devouring power, which was about 70 to 80% fused, suddenly stopped fusing. At this moment, it scattered in all directions as if its soul was about to scatter. What happened? Kang Xinmu's expression changed slightly. Then, he felt a familiar power appear above his space of consciousness. It was the image of an ancient demon god, a 16-winged sky demon god. Is it Sui? Jiang Shenwu frowned slightly, but he soon discovered that this was not the case. This 6-winged sky demon god's body was much larger than Sui's demon body. Moreover, its entire body exuded an incomparably dense peak demon qi. This devil qi was not something that Sui could have. I am the consciousness of the 16-winged sky demon god ancestor, imprisoned in the void saint magic ball. Young man, you and I have been together for a year. The 16-winged sky demon god transmitted a faint consciousness. This was actually the consciousness of the ancient demon god in the void saint magic ball. Kang Xinmu's expression changed slightly. Why are you here? Young man, look. As the 16-winged sky demon god spoke, a long picture appeared in front of Kang Xinmu. The picture started when he fainted. Then, Sui brought him, risking her life to be attacked by the 8 demon royals, activated the instant magic ring, and brought him to a snowy mountain tens of thousands of miles away. Then, in a situation where she was seriously injured, she used all her strength to drag him step by step. Under the guidance of the Void Saint Magic Ball, she struggled to move towards the sealed dragon abyss. She actually has such perseverance? Kang Xinmu could not help but change his opinion of the little princess of the demon god clan. At the same time, he was touched. This little girl actually did not abandon him. Even if it was because she did not want the chaotic heaven-devouring dragon to occupy his body, it was really not easy. He could clearly see that in the picture, Sui's injuries might be more serious than the most serious injury he had ever suffered. But she forcibly dragged him to the vicinity of the sealed dragon abyss at the risk of being seriously injured. Near an abyss, the power of the sealed dragon abyss had already appeared. She used the last of her strength to pull Kong Shinmu down into the abyss, and then used her 16-winged sky demon god body to cushion Kong Shinmu. After a loud crash, the snowy mountain and the abyss collapsed. The Void Saint magic ball absorbed all the demon cores and turned them into power. When the snowy mountain collapsed, it withstood the falling snow. In the picture, Kong Shinmu saw his own body. Now, he had already removed his divine dragon form and became a young man again. Moreover, he was naked and lying on the snowy ground. Lying on top of him was a young girl covered in blood. Her clothes had been torn to shreds, and she seemed to have lost her breath. The two of them were under the dome of a snowy mountain. That was an empty space under the snowy mountain that the Void Saint magic ball had used its final strength to create for the two of them. Under the collapsed snow, it had created a relatively safe environment. There are many dragon martialists standing guard above. The Void Saint magic ball's consciousness transmitted into Kong Shinmu's mind. This abyss below is already the safest place. Kong Shinmu was somewhat silent. He knew that there was indeed an army of the Dragon Emperor's dynasty standing guard near the sealed dragon abyss. Right now, the Void Saint magic ball had no real power, only spiritual power. It couldn't protect him and Sui at all. Once Sui's demon god body was discovered, everything would be over. Just now, I seem to have fused with the Black Dragon's consciousness's devouring power. Kong Shinmu said. Right now, the primal chaos heaven-devouring dragon has already been sealed by the power of the sealed dragon abyss. The Void Saint magic ball's consciousness transmitted. Is he really the primal chaos heaven-devouring dragon? Kong Shinmu still had some doubts. He didn't know if the Void Saint magic ball had made a mistake. His power, that all-devouring aura, I will always remember it. How could I be wrong? Chapter 45:17. Expedient Measure? Kong Shinmu did not know what expedient measure was. He only knew that Sui's situation was very bad. She seemed to have lost all signs of life. If he could not save her, she might. What's the point of being anxious? The ancient demon god's consciousness in the Void Saint magic ball seemed to have seen through Jiang Shenwu's thoughts, and a faint thought was transmitted to him. Her life is insignificant compared to the evil dragon consciousness in your body. Aren't you an ancient demon god? Aren't the demon god race your followers? Kong Shinmu was extremely surprised. He did not expect that the ancient demon god's consciousness would be so indifferent to Sui's life. So what? The ancient demon god's consciousness was extremely cold. You can't care about anything else now. Then what expedient measure are you talking about? Kong Shinmu looked at the scene in front of him. The young girl was covered in blood as she collapsed on top of him. That scene was extremely shocking to him. Without a doubt, if Sui had not used all her strength to drag him to the bottom of the dragon's sealing abyss, he would have been completely absorbed by the devouring power of the Black Dragon's consciousness. At that time, no one could predict what would happen. If what the Void Holy Magic Ball said was true, Kong Shinmu might have already been taken over by the Black Dragon's consciousness. Whether the Black Dragon's consciousness was the chaotic heaven-devouring dragon or not, to Kong Shinmu, it was the end of everything. Everything in this world no longer had anything to do with him. It was Sui who had used all her strength to bring him here. She had even left her consciousness to communicate with the ancient demon god's consciousness. Let me enter your sea of consciousness. The ancient demon god's consciousness transmitted. This way, my consciousness can balance the chaotic heaven-devouring dragon. If it wants to devour your consciousness in the future, I can stop it. Now, this is the only way. Why should I believe you? Kong Shinmu snorted. You don't even care about Sui's life. Why should I believe that you will protect this world and restrict the chaotic heaven-devouring dragon? Perhaps, you have other plans? Kang Xinmu knew how important his sea of consciousness was. It was likely that the black dragon's consciousness had accidentally infiltrated his sea of consciousness. Now that he thought about it, it was very likely that the black dragon's consciousness had taken the opportunity to enter his sea of consciousness when he first obtained the divine dragon's blood essence. That was the starting point of him becoming a dragon warrior, and also when his guard was at its weakest. This led to the current situation. If he allowed another primordial demon god to enter his sea of consciousness, who knew what would happen? Perhaps this would really destroy the entire world. If you want to save her, it's not like there's no way. Seeing that Kang Xinmu seemed to be determined, the ancient demon god's consciousness finally sighed. However, we might not be able to make it in time. The commotion here has already alerted the dragon warriors stationed nearby. If they come over to investigate, we won't have much time. Tell me the method. Kang Xinmu asked straightforwardly. Your devouring power should have recovered by now. As long as you regain consciousness, you can use devouring power to heal her. The 16-winged heavenly demon god's consciousness transmitted over. However, she has the primordial demon god's bloodline in her body, while you have the divine dragon's bloodline in your body. You may not succeed. If you want to succeed, there's only one way. First, devour the demon god's blood on her dagger. Devouring the demon god's blood may have some effect on you, but the effect is insignificant and can be ignored. After that, you will be able to use your devouring power to save her. Kang Xinmu thought for a moment, then asked again, You want to enter my sea of consciousness? What kind of method? My consciousness will be transferred directly from the void holy magic ball to your sea of consciousness. In other words, the void holy magic ball will lose all its power, and you will have my consciousness to fight against that evil dragon. The ancient demon god's consciousness said. Hearing this, Kang Xinmu had a rough idea in his mind. The ancient demon god's consciousness should not be able to be forcibly transferred to his sea of consciousness. Otherwise, it would not have asked for his opinion. Since that was the case, Kang Xinmu was too lazy to think about other things. He would save Sui first. Let me regain consciousness first. Kang Xinmu's expression was calm as he transmitted his thoughts. Kang Xinmu finally regained consciousness and felt the existence of his body again. He knew that he was now at the bottom of the snowy mountain where the dragon sealing abyss was located, at the bottom of the abyss at least dozens of miles from the surface. Even if the Yen Dragon Emperor's army stationed in the dragon sealing abyss noticed the commotion and came to investigate, it would take at least a few days before they could find this place. In fact, there was still plenty of time. It was just that the ancient demon god did not know much about the Yen Dragon Emperor's army stationed in the dragon sealing abyss. The strength of these dragon martial artists was very weak. If there were experts at the level of the Dragon Emperor, they might be able to find them within 4 hours. However, the Yen Dragon Emperor was still in the Dragon Martial Fortress in the sky. Currently, the Yen Dragon Emperor's court was basically governed by 6 Yen Dragon envoys. The strongest was the Yen Dragon Envoy. Even if the Yen Dragon Envoy personally came, it would take at least 3 days to find the place where Kang Xinmu and Sui were. If it weren't for the Flame Dragon Envoy, it would have taken even longer. Moreover, they might not have been so determined to dig to such a deep place. After all, they only felt a slight movement of the landslide. This kind of thing was relatively common in the snowy mountain. Therefore, Kang Xinmu was not worried that someone would disturb him at all. He opened his eyes first. When his vision was still a little blurry, he smelled a sweet fragrance. This familiar smell came from Sui's body. It was the smell of a young girl. For nearly a year, Kang Xinmu had been with this young girl every day. He could not be more familiar with the smell of her body. However, at this moment, this familiar sweet fragrance was mixed with the smell of blood. Therefore, Kang Shinmu smelled the sweet smell of blood. His vision gradually became clear. Then, he regained his senses. He felt a body pressing down on him. This body was soft and weak. It made him feel extremely pitiful. Sui. Kang Shinmu opened his mouth. His voice was a little hoarse. The delicate body pressing down on him did not give him any response. This dagger is the dagger she used to protect the demonic wind. Kang Shinmu looked at the dagger in her hand. The dagger was wrapped in the endless blood of the demon god. The smell of blood came from the dagger. Other than that, Sui's body was stained with blood. There was no blood left. All the ancient demon god's blood that had flowed out had been absorbed by this dagger. Chapter 746, Royal Bloodline. Chapter 45:18. The dagger that guarded the demonic wind had the ability to absorb blood. Now, this dagger had absorbed all of the demonic god's blood that had flowed out of Sui's body. Thus, it was able to cover up the sound of her dragging Kang Shinmu along the way. Along the way, the blood that had flowed out of her body had all been absorbed by this dagger. At this moment, Kang Shinmu could clearly feel that this dagger had absorbed a lot of blood. The rich, bright red color was stained with endless scarlet, and it was surrounded by an incomparably dense demonic qi. How much blood did she lose? Kang Shinmu's face darkened. Previously, he had used his devouring power to heal other dragon martial artists. He had directly devoured the power of the demonic core and then transformed it into the essence of life and blood. However, Kang Shinmu had never tried to heal a demonic god before. The Void Saint Magic Ball's ancient demonic god consciousness said that as long as I devour the blood on this dagger, I can heal her. I can give it a try. Kang Shinmu thought to himself. In any case, whether it was this dagger or the blood, they had nothing to do with the ancient demonic god consciousness. It would not give the ancient demonic god a chance to infiltrate his sea of consciousness. Kang Shinmu looked down and saw that he was holding the Void Saint Magic Ball in his hand. He threw the Void Saint Magic Ball out, and it hit the ice wall in the distance with a bang. Kang Shinmu did not trust this Void Saint Magic Ball. On the contrary, Sui had sent him over even if she had to lose her life. This made him feel a little touched. No matter why she had come to save him, he could not sit by and watch her die. And the Void Saint Magic Ball obviously did not dare to deceive Kang Shinmu. Otherwise, it would be fine if Kang Shinmu did not let it enter his sea of consciousness. What if Kang Shinmu, in a fit of anger, let the chaotic heaven-devouring dragon's consciousness take over his body? Wouldn't the entire universe be destroyed? Therefore, the Void Saint Magic Ball could not afford to gamble. Even though he was an ancient fiend celestial ancestor, he had no choice but to listen to Kang Shinmu and act according to Kang Shinmu's plans. After Kang Shinmu threw the Void Holy Magic Ball far away, he planned to retrieve the demonic wind dagger. His movements were very fast, as he was afraid that Sui would die in a short period of time. However, he quickly discovered that he was unable to take the dagger away from Sui's hand. She was holding it too tightly. Perhaps he was afraid that he would accidentally lose the dagger along the way and expose some clues. Kang Shinmu had no choice but to give up on taking out the dagger. He reached out and held her hand that was holding the dagger tightly. This time, Kang Shinmu held the dagger and her hand together. Then, he felt that the devouring power in his body was actually much stronger than before. It seems to be about 70 to 80% stronger. The key is the nature of this devouring power. As if it could devour any kind of power. Not only can it devour power, but it can also devour matter. Kang Shinmu's expression changed a little. However, now was not the time to think about this. No matter how much the devouring power changed, its basic function would not change. Kang Shinmu quickly devoured the blood on the dagger into his body. According to the ancient fiend celestial ancestor of the void holy magic ball, after devouring the blood, Kang Shinmu might have some side effects, but the side effects would not be too serious. This blood belonged to Su-yi. Su-yi had the bloodline of a 16-winged heavenly fiend celestial. It could be said that she was a descendant of the ancient fiend celestial ancestor of the void holy magic ball. When Kang Shinmu devoured the blood on the dagger, he discovered that he could even devour the demonic wind dagger as well. This discovery made Kang Shinmu's expression change significantly. Although it would take a very long time to devour the dagger, just this ability alone was enough to shock Kang Shinmu. It seemed that his devouring power had indeed undergone a qualitative change. I'll study this later. Right now, let's revive Sui first. Kang Shinmu thought to himself as he threw the transformation of his devouring power to the back of his mind. He sat up and hugged Su-yi's soft body. Then, he used his devouring power to send the blood he had just devoured back into her body. At the same time, he also tried to send his own life essence into her body. Kang Shinmu's life force was very strong, and he also cultivated the dark dragon filth control technique, so his recovery speed was very fast. Therefore, even if he gave his life essence to Su-yi, it would not affect him too much. The blood of the 16-winged sky demon god was gradually sent back into Su-yi's body, but Kang Shinmu felt as if there was a ball of fire burning in his body. The blood that belonged to Su-yi seemed to give him a strange feeling as it flowed in his body. This feeling, he had never felt it before, but now it was incomparably strong. In particular, when he lowered his head, he saw the young girl's snow-white shoulders and clearly smelled the fragrance wafting from her body. The soft touch in his arms made Kang Shinmu fall into a trance. This is the side effect? Kang Shinmu felt the ball of fire burning in his body and wanted to curse. How was this side effect negligible? How was it negligible? Perhaps, to the ancestral consciousness of the 16-winged sky demon god, this was indeed nothing. But to Kang Shinmu, this was an extremely serious torture. He used all his willpower to restrain himself. Although he was holding Su-yi's soft body in his arms, he tried hard to remind himself that he absolutely could not do anything to this young girl. As the blood that Kang Shinmu had devoured passed through her soft skin and returned to her body, her internal injuries finally began to gradually recover. Her injuries were already very serious, and she had forcefully dragged Kang Shinmu over such a long distance. This was even more of a burden to her. Even the meridians and organs in her body had completely exploded. If not for the extremely strong vitality of the 16-winged sky demon god's bloodline, she would have died long ago, and no one could save her. And when Kang Shinmu sent her blood back into her body, the blood that belonged to the 16-winged sky demon god flowed in her body. Coupled with the fact that Kang Shinmu was hugging her and touching her soft body, it made Kang Shinmu have a thought that he would not normally have. What he did not know was that this was the demon god royal bloodline of the 16-winged sky demon god. To the demon god royal family, their own bloodline was extremely precious, especially to the women. It was entrusted to them for the rest of their lives. On the day of marriage, the women of the demon god royal family would prepare a portion of their own bloodline and give it to their husband, thus elevating the relationship between husband and wife. Now, Kang Shinmu had directly received Su-yi's blood. This was the negligible influence that the Void Saint Demon Ball's ancient demon god consciousness had mentioned. At this moment, Kang Shinmu had sent the 16-winged sky demon god royal bloodline back into Su-yi's body, allowing her injuries to quickly and completely recover. She also quickly regained consciousness. When she regained consciousness, her smooth body slightly twisted in Kang Shinmu's arms. She opened her bright eyes, and the trace of innocence in them made Kang Shinmu unable to bear it. Ah! Chapter 45:19. Dragon Emperor Yen Chao. In the far north, near the sealing dragon abyss, the bottom of the snow mountain, which was dozens of miles deep, was already covered in layers of ice and snow. The dragon martial army stationed by the Yen dragon dynasty sent a few patrolling dragon martial soldiers up to take a look. Very quickly, they left. They did not discover anything unusual and felt that this was just a normal avalanche. But what they did not know was that under the layers of ice and snow, there was a power that could destroy this world, under the layers of ice and snow. Kong Shinmu and the girl had already separated and were both dressed. You bullied me. When I return, I will definitely report this to my father. The girl's back was facing Kong Shinmu, and her voice was soft. On the surface, she seemed to be complaining, but in fact, she did not blame Kong Shinmu at all. Kong Shinmu smiled bitterly. He had no choice but to do such a thing. The key was that he could not control himself in the end. Who knew that the bloodline of the 16-winged heavenly demon god would have such an effect? He was actually unable to control his own desires. It must be known that Kong Shinmu had faced many similar situations in the past, and he had always relied on his willpower to overcome them. But this time, he could not control himself. All of this could only be said that the bloodline of the 16-winged heavenly demon god was too powerful. This is all the fault of the ancient demon god's consciousness in the Void Saint Magic Ball. It said that the impact was negligible. Although Kong Shinmu did not want to shirk responsibility, what he said was also the truth. Before the incident happened, who would have known that the impact that Guy said was negligible would actually be like this? That is the ancestral consciousness of the 16-winged heavenly demon god imperial family. For it has seen this kind of thing many times, so of course it does not feel that there is any impact. The girl took out a long black dress from her storage pendant. There was a cute bow at the waist, covering her enchanting body, making her look cute and pure. Since we're already in this state, I'll just have to talk to my father later, and he'll let you join our demon god race. Su-yi turned her head to the side, revealing her perfect side profile. Her red lips curled up slightly. In any case, you already possess the bloodline of the demon god race. Hearing this, Kong Shinmu fell into deep thought. Indeed, when that happened just now, it had not only affected the relationship between him and her, it had also allowed him to obtain the bloodline of the 16-winged heavenly devil god imperial family. Even though this bloodline was not strong, it was still the bloodline of the imperial family. Most importantly, the 16-winged heavenly fiend celestial ancestor's consciousness hidden in the void holy magic ball had actually taken the opportunity to merge with his sea of consciousness. At this time, Kong Shinmu knew that the demon god ancestor did not have any ill intentions towards him. It was true that she had only entered his sea of consciousness to restrict the black dragon's consciousness. Moreover, the demon god ancestor's consciousness told Kong Shinmu that the 16-winged heavenly devil god imperial family bloodline was something that Su-yi had willingly offered to Kong Shinmu. If she had not been willing, Kong Shinmu would not have such a bloodline. In other words, the current Kong Shinmu not only had the bloodline of the divine dragon, but also the bloodline of the demon god. Double bloodline. Dragon martial artists could cultivate dragon martial techniques and use dragon weapons, demon god cultivators could cultivate demonic techniques and control demonic weapons. Now, Kong Shinmu could do both. How about you return with me? Su-yi put on everything and looked at Kong Shinmu with a smile. Although the world of our demon god race is not as lively as the dragon martial continent, it still has a special charm. Now that you have the bloodline of our imperial family, you can cultivate the demonic techniques of the demon god race. This, Kong Shinmu smiled bitterly and shook his head. Just now, the demon god ancestor told me that as a dragon martial artist, if I return to the demon god race's world with you now, I'm afraid only death awaits me. To you, the dragon martial artists are mortal enemies. Even if you are the little princess of the demon god race, you can't protect me. Hearing Kang Xinmu say this, Suyi's originally innocent face immediately turned bitter. That's right, how could I forget about this? Suyi suddenly felt a little vexed. Originally, she was willing to accept Kang Xinmu and even wanted to bring Kang Xinmu back with her. But in the end, with the current situation, she could either temporarily separate from Kang Xinmu, or she could only stay by Kang Xinmu's side and stay in the Dragon Martial continent. However, the demon god ancestor also said that as long as I can show enough talent and strength, the demon god race's world will be willing to accept me. Kang Xinmu said with a smile and pressed the girl's soft shoulder. Go back first and wait for me. How about it? Since some things had been done, they definitely had to take responsibility. Kang Xinmu was not the kind of person who would abandon others after doing something. Although Su Yi was the princess of the demon god race, and she had even once wanted to destroy the Dragon Martial continent, after spending a year with her, Kang Xinmu really did not find any evil thoughts in her. This little girl had always been very innocent and cute. Although she could not be said to be kind, she had never taken the initiative to harm others. Such a girl, Kang Xinmu would not hurt her heart. Humph, Su Yi snorted lightly. Not long after I return, I'm afraid you will have another woman. Of course, with our six-winged demon god ancestor watching you, you will not dare to act recklessly. I will believe you for the time being. Hearing her words, Kang Xinmu had a helpless look on his face. Indeed, with the demon god ancestor watching from his sea of consciousness, he did not have the opportunity to fool around. The demon god ancestor's consciousness could not control Kang Xinmu's actions, but no matter what Kang Xinmu did, he would not be able to avoid the demon god ancestor's surveillance. At least, it seemed impossible for now. Unless, when the time came, the black dragon's consciousness and the demon god ancestor's consciousness would restrict each other, and there would be no extra power to monitor Kang Xinmu. This was also very likely. The demon god ancestor's consciousness can restrict the black dragon's consciousness. In other words, the problem of the black dragon's consciousness is temporarily resolved. I do not need to fear the black dragon's consciousness coming out to devour my consciousness and occupy my body. When I break through to the next realm, I also do not need to return to the dragon's sealing abyss. This matter could be considered as solving one of Kang Xinmu's troubles. Going back and forth every time was also very troublesome, but from now on, this was no longer a problem that he needed to worry about. The only thing that he needed to worry about was how to bring Su Yi out of the Dragon Martial continent. Other than the students of Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Academy, there was no way to use the Emperor Shi formation. Therefore, it was impossible to use the Emperor Shi formation to go to the Dragon Martial Fortress. He could only go the way of the Dragon Emperor Nation. Because of the appearance of the Void Crack this time, the 4 Dragon Martial Academies had recruited many Dragon Emperor Nation powerhouses from the Dragon Emperor Nation and given each of them a Void Mark that could teleport them to the original Void Disk, which was the current Dragon Martial Fortress. Chapter 45-20. Of course, Kang Xinmu would not be at ease if Su Yi left alone. He planned to go with Su Yi, at least to the vicinity of the Void Chasm. Once there, she would be able to return to the world where the Demon God clan lived through the Void Chasm. As if knowing of Kang Xinmu's plan, the Demon God ancestor's consciousness sounded in Kang Xinmu's mind. Do you know where to go out of the Void Chasm? The Demon God ancestor's consciousness came. It is a land of chaos, a place where dozens of races fight. Even if the little princess reaches the Void Chasm, it will not be easy for her to return to the Demon God clan's world alive. Do you know why the Void demonic creatures attack the Dragon Martial continent once a month? That is because they must gather enough troops to pass through the land of chaos and send the Void demonic creatures over. 1 or 2 demonic creatures. It is impossible to pass through the land of chaos. How will she return alone? Hearing the demon god ancestor's words, Kang Xinmu's expression changed. Clearly, he did not expect such a situation. Then, I will escort her back. Kang Xinmu thought about it, and there was only one way. He was the only one who could protect Sui now. Once the others in the Dragon Martial Continent knew that she was the little princess of the Demon God clan, they would be lucky if they did not kill her, let alone escort her back. Although it was dangerous, Kang Xinmu would not shirk his duty. You will still die if you escort her. The demon god ancestor's consciousness came. There is no other way. I can't let her stay in the Dragon Martial Continent. Kang Xinmu frowned. The demon god clan will definitely not let the matter rest after losing track of the little princess. As long as I send her back, this war should temporarily come to an end. At least our Dragon Martial Continent will not become the main battlefield. If I want to improve, I must borrow the resources of the Dragon Martial Academy. As for the demon god bloodline, it is not easy to cultivate. I cannot focus on cultivating the demon god bloodline. When Ancestor Fiend Celestial learned of Kang Xinmu's thoughts, he was immediately rendered speechless. Very quickly, it thought of a solution. Why don't we directly hand the little princess over to the demonic creatures near the Void Fissure for protection and let them inform the demon god race's powerhouses to pick her up? This way, both of you will be safer and won't have to take risks. Alright. Kang Xinmu thought about it and felt that it was a good idea. Out of the Void Crack was a chaotic land where dozens of races were fighting. The Dragon God clan and the Demon God clan were just two of the races. In fact, the Dragon God clan and the Demon God clan were both part of the human clan. It was just that their cultivation and the people they believed in were different. From the information sent by the ancestor Demon God, Jiang Shenwu found out that the other races in the area where the chaotic battlefield was located were all extremely terrifying existences. For example, the demon gods. The members of the demon god clan were demonic beasts, or rather, extremely powerful demonic beasts. The demonic beasts on the Martial Dragon continent were all members of the demon god clan that the Dragon God clan had captured from the demon god clan. They were existences like slaves, similar to void demonic creatures. In the demon god clan, they had no status and were relatively weak. Therefore, these demonic beasts were placed on the Martial Dragon continent as training partners for the dragon martial artists. The demonic beasts had reproduced generation after generation on the Martial Dragon continent. They had even forgotten that they belonged to the demon god clan. That was something that had happened thousands of years ago. The demonic beasts reproduced and lived in such a harsh environment that they could not remember many things from before. Any individual member of the demon god clan was an existence that surpassed any demonic beast. Why didn't the demonic beasts have the bloodline of a high-level demon emperor? It was because they were originally members of the lowest level of the demon god clan. Their bloodline level was very low, and they would almost never be able to reach the fourth level of the demon emperor in their lifetime. This was the limit of the demonic beasts on the Martial Dragon continent. As for the demon god clan, many of them were born with the bloodline of a demon emperor. When they reached adulthood, they would directly reach the level of a demon god. The demon god clan was equivalent to the level of a super divine dragon. Even existences at the level of demon gods, super divine dragons, and demon gods did not dare to say that they were invincible on the chaotic battlefield. This was because there could be supreme existences appearing on the chaotic battlefield at any time. The chaotic battlefield was given the word chaotic for no reason. Dozens of races were fighting on the chaotic battlefield. At the same time, the chaotic battlefield was connected to thousands of small worlds. For example, the Martial Dragon continent was just one of the small worlds connected to the chaotic battlefield. Even the Demon God Clan Great World and the Dragon God Clan Great World were connected to the chaotic battlefield. It was an extremely dangerous place. Kang Xinmu really did not have the confidence to pass through the chaotic battlefield with Sui. But if the powerhouses of the demon god clan came to take Sui back, this was obviously a good idea. Kang Xinmu nodded. Then let's do it. He had not yet made plans to leave the Martial Dragon continent. In the Martial Dragon continent, he could still become stronger. At the very least, he had to cultivate his strength as a dragon martial artist to a higher level. He had to reach the pinnacle level in the 4 great dragon martial academies. To Kang Xinmu, this was just a matter of time. I will contact Dragon Emperor Yan now and ask him to come back and take us away. After Kang Xinmu made up his mind, he finally decided to contact Dragon Emperor Yan. After a year, he had finally resolved the issue of the Black Dragon's consciousness. At least for now, with the restriction of the demon god ancestor's consciousness, he did not need to worry too much about the Black Dragon's consciousness causing trouble. Therefore, he could continue his journey of cultivation. Emperor Shi Dragon Martial Academy. He had not returned for a long time. As for the Martial Dragon Fortress above the Sky Barrier, he had been longing for it for a long time. Sui, as the little princess of the demon god clan, could not stay in the Martial Dragon continent. Once she was discovered by the Supreme Divine Dragon, she would face the most terrifying danger. Therefore, Kang Xinmu had to send her away. 3 days later, Dragon Emperor Yan brought 6 flame dragon envoys and returned from the Martial Dragon Fortress. He secretly met with Kang Xinmu in Flame Dragon City. Kang Xinmu had absolute trust in Dragon Emperor Yan. If even Dragon Emperor Yan did not trust him, then no one would dare to trust Kang Xinmu. Kang Xinmu did not tell him about Sui's identity. He only said that he had a friend who wanted to go to the Martial Dragon Fortress with him, but he had not joined the Dragon Martial Academy yet. Therefore, he needed Dragon Emperor Yan's help. Kang Xinmu was not lying to Dragon Emperor Yan. He just did not tell him about Sui's identity, and this was obviously for the good of Dragon Emperor Yan. Chapter 45-21. Dragon Martial Fortress. This was a defensive fortress built in the sky above the Dragon Martial continent, where the barrier in the sky had been blasted open. It mainly had the offices of the 4 Dragon Martial Academies and the headquarters of the Dragon Emperor Alliance. The Dragon Emperor Alliance was a new organization that all Dragon Emperor powerhouses in the Dragon Martial continent could join. It had only been established this year. Dragon Emperor Yan, Dragon Emperor Liang, and other powerful Dragon Emperors had all joined the Dragon Emperor Alliance. The Dragon Emperor Alliance had the backing of the deans of the 4 Dragon Martial Academies. To a certain extent, some of the policies were arranged by the 4 Dragon Martial Academies. Of course, the Dragon Emperor powerhouses of the Dragon Martial continent also had a lot of say in the Dragon Emperor Alliance. This organization was not controlled by the 4 Dragon Martial Academies. The Dragon Emperor Alliance was also responsible for fighting for more benefits for the Dragon Emperors. It was mainly related to the exchange of intermediate and advanced source Dragon Martial techniques, including the Holy Spirit Dragon Martial techniques. Originally, the Dragon Martial techniques that the Dragon Emperor powerhouses could exchange for were mostly marginal Dragon Martial techniques. They were of a high grade, but they were not very powerful. In actual battles, they had very little effect, and they were not much stronger than the elementary source Dragon Martial techniques. However, with the continuous fighting of the Dragon Emperor Alliance, some practical Dragon Martial techniques were circulated from the 4 Dragon Martial Academies, and the Dragon Emperor powerhouses among the people could cultivate them. This was a great improvement for the Dragon Emperor powerhouses among the people. Including the current Yan Dragon Emperor and the Great Liang Dragon Emperor, their strength was much stronger than before. The members of the Dragon Emperor Alliance had the advantage in numbers, and their overall strength was very strong. Although they were not young anymore, it was precisely because of this that they had more say. As for the 4 Dragon Martial Academies, it was basically the deans of the 4 Super Dragon Martial Academies who were suppressing them. Apart from the deans of the 4 great super dragon academies, the Dragon Emperor mentors of the various dragon martial academies were also very powerful. However, there were too few of them. Each dragon martial academy only had 20 to 30 Dragon Emperor mentors. In total, there were only about 100 of them. Compared to the thousands of civilian Dragon Emperor, the number was still too small. This is the Martial Dragon Fortress. Kong Xinmu brought Su Yi and followed Dragon Emperor Yan to the Martial Dragon Fortress. The place where they appeared was the square of the Martial Dragon Fortress. Looking out from the fortress square, one could see a vast starry sky. The starry sky was facing a rift in the void, which was the rift where the void demons appeared. On both sides of the fortress square, there were countless magnificent buildings built around the Dragon Martial Fortress. Each of these buildings was very imposing. Among them were the headquarters of the Dragon Emperor Alliance, the offices of the 4 Dragon Martial Academies, and some commercial organizations that had appeared after the opening of the Dragon Martial Fortress. For example, the Demon Hunters Association. In fact, the Demon Hunters Association did not only have many branches in the Dragon Martial continent. It was a behemoth that ran through the entire Dragon God race. At this moment, the Demon Hunters Association had also built a headquarters on the Martial Dragon Fortress to handle matters related to the Demon Hunters Association. Of course, the current Martial Dragon Fortress rarely had anything to do with monsters or the Demon God race. However, the Demon Hunters Association seemed to be preparing for the future and making some arrangements. These things were something that many people did not understand. The Martial Dragon Fortress was clearly built to fight against the Void Demons. Why did the Demon Hunters Association want to join in the fun? However, Kong Xinmu now understood that the rift in the void was connected to the chaotic battlefield. Right now, this passage seemed to be controlled by the Demon God race. Once this passage was discovered by other races, it was very likely that powerful demon gods would appear and attack the Dragon Martial continent. At this time, the Demon Hunters Association's role was highlighted. This Martial Dragon Fortress is really grand. Kong Xinmu looked around and felt a little emotional. Without a doubt, this was even more grand than the 4 great Dragon Martial Academies. In fact, it was almost the same as the 4 great Dragon Martial Academies added together. Moreover, those who walked around the Martial Dragon Fortress were all experts at the level of the Dragon Emperor. In the 4 great Dragon Martial Academies, only students who had reached the Tianxian district would take the initiative to come here. Otherwise, once they left the Martial Dragon Fortress, they might encounter an accident and die. Although the void beasts outside were constantly being eliminated, to the demon god race, these void beasts were like livestock with no status. It did not matter how many of them died. Hence, more and more void beasts were sent over. Every month, a large number of void demons would pass through the rift in the void and attempt to break through the sky barrier of the Dragon Martial continent to find the whereabouts of the demon god race's little princess. Kong Xinmu suddenly saw that on some bulletin boards and on the walls of some buildings, there were some missing persons notices. They were mainly looking for the demon god race's princess. Unfortunately, there were no portraits on these missing persons notices at all. They only said that they were looking for the demon god race's princess. Who knew what the demon god race's princess looked like? Su Yi was currently in the Martial Dragon Fortress, but she was hiding her demon god bloodline aura. No one knew her identity. Even if they saw her face, they would not know that she was the demon god race's princess. That girl is really pretty. TSK. Unfortunately, she seems to be a junior brought up by the Dragon Emperor's dynasty. It's not convenient for us to make a move. There are too many juniors like this brought up by the Dragon Emperor to the Martial Dragon Fortress. But what's the use? If they can't raise their own strength, it's impossible for them to gain a foothold in the Martial Dragon Fortress. That's not necessarily true. What if this pretty girl gets together with a student from the Dragon Martial Academy? Wouldn't that be a leap into the Dragon's Gate? Some of the Dragon Emperor's experts, or the juniors brought by the Dragon Emperor's experts, discussed this after seeing Sui. These people were similar to the Flame Dragon envoy. They had all followed their respective Dragon Emperor's experts to the Martial Dragon Fortress to fight and accumulate demon hunting points. However, there were always some who did not strictly restrict themselves. They felt that coming to the Martial Dragon Fortress was just for fun. Sui naturally could not be bothered with them. "Humph, this is your territory now. I can only bear with it." Sui clenched her small fists tightly, her small face somewhat red. "I've remembered their faces. If there's a chance, I'll definitely teach them a lesson for you." Kang Xinmu looked in the direction of the discussion, his eyes filled with determination. Sui immediately giggled and said, "Don't talk big. If you can't beat him when the time comes, that would be really embarrassing. Not to mention a few juniors from the Dragon Emperor's country, even if the Dragon Emperor of their country came, he might not be a match for me." Kang Xinmu was still very confident in his own strength. He coldly snorted. "Kang Xinmu, long time no see. I've heard from Ran that you've been training in seclusion. It seems like your training in the past year has been pretty good." Chapter 45-22. Dragon Emperor Yen had made great progress in the past year, but it was nothing compared to Kang Xinmu. The seniors who were on good terms with Kang Xinmu, such as Ran, had already explained that Kang Xinmu was cultivating in the Longwu continent. They did not suspect anything. Many people knew that the barrier in the sky had been blasted open, but few knew that it had something to do with Kang Xinmu. Even the Supreme Divine Dragon only knew that a mysterious and powerful black dragon had appeared and seemed to have perished together with the sacred relic of the demon god race. As for Kang Xinmu's disappearance, it was not a big deal to the Supreme Divine Dragon. The Supreme Divine Dragon did not have the time to care about the situation in the Longwu continent. They had encountered trouble on the chaotic battlefield. After catching up with Dragon Emperor Yen, Kang Xinmu bade farewell with Sui. After leaving the Longwu fortress, they arrived in the void. Only Kang Xinmu and Sui were left. Of course, in Kang Xinmu's Sea of Consciousness, there was also the consciousness of the demon god ancestor. After leaving the Sealing Dragon Abyss, the Black Dragon consciousness in Kang Xinmu's mind quickly woke up. As soon as it woke up, it discovered that there was another existence in Kang Xinmu's Sea of Consciousness. This made it go crazy. The demon god ancestor and the Black Dragon consciousness. Both sides were staring at each other in Kang Xinmu's Sea of Consciousness, unable to do anything to the other. When either side wanted to affect Kang Xinmu's body, the other side would act to balance it out. It could be said that the balance in Kang Xinmu's body had been maintained. Whether it was the demon god ancestor or the Black Dragon consciousness, they were both much stronger than Kang Xinmu. Now, in Kang Xinmu's Sea of Consciousness, neither could do anything to Kang Xinmu. "I want him to inherit my power. How dare you stop me?" The Black Dragon's consciousness broke through several times, but it was unable to break through the obstruction of the demon god ancestor's consciousness. It was furious. Ancestor demon god snorted coldly, "Don't you want his body to grasp your power first, then you can control his body and destroy the world? Thou, unreasonable." The Black Dragon's consciousness was probably about to explode from anger. However, with the restrictions of the God-fiend ancestor, he really could not do anything to Kang Xinmu. For now, the two of them were in a balance. Kang Xinmu didn't have to worry about them for the time being. In the void above the Martial Dragon continent, Kang Xinmu sped towards the crack in the void. He transformed into a dragon and flew, bringing Sui along with him. She sat on his neck and grabbed his black dragon scales. The black dragon's body sped through the void, streaking across the pitch-black void. Kang Xinmu could sense that there were many powerful existences in the surroundings. There were the auras of dragon martialists, as well as the auras of void demons. However, Kang Xinmu ignored them. He had to head near the crack in the void and convey Su Yi's news to the experts of the demon god race. On this trip, the most important thing was to avoid the dragon martialists along the way. This void had now become the battlefield between the dragon martialists and the void demons. Kang Xinmu had already seen many corpses along the way, most of which were void demons. Even if there were traces of the dragon martialists' deaths, their corpses had already been retrieved by the martial dragon fortress. Suddenly, a group of dragon martialists appeared in front of Kang Xinmu's flight path. There were a total of 4 Dragon Emperor-level dragon martialists, and they actually blocked Kang Xinmu's path. Kang Xinmu frowned slightly, secretly guessing who it was. It didn't look like they were passing by, but more like they were waiting for him. Kang Xinmu, you cowardly tortoise, you've finally appeared. A gloomy voice came from the front. This voice was very familiar to Kang Xinmu. It was Donghuang Yangwu College's Chu Qingyun. Behind Chu Qingyun were the 3 dragon martialists that had been following him. There were 2 women and 1 man, and each of them were already at the 3rd level of the Samsara realm. Moreover, they had reached the 2nd level of the Dragon Emperor realm. In the 1 year that Kang Xinmu had been in the Dragon Martial continent, the cultivation of these 4 people had also risen very quickly. Even Chu Qingyun. He didn't know what kind of luck Chu Qingyun had run into, but he had actually obtained a lot of cultivation resources, allowing his strength to advance by leaps and bounds, reaching the level of his 3 lackeys. Otherwise, after this 1 year, his 3 lackeys would have long abandoned him. Helping Chu Qingyun for a period of time was a form of friendship. But if the 3 of them wanted to help Chu Qingyun who hadn't made any progress, that was impossible. Luckily, Chu Qingyun was willing to use any means possible. Perhaps he had used some vicious methods to obtain the cultivation resources he needed. Chu Qingyun. When Kang Xinmu saw the 4 of them, his expression was extremely calm. He didn't even slow down his speed. That's right, it's me. A green divine dragon coldly snorted. Kang Xinmu, today is the day of your death. You've been hiding for an entire year. You should have lived through it by now, right? You guys deliberately came out to stop me? Kang Xinmu's expression didn't change as he calmly asked. That's right. Who's that on your neck? Chu Qingyun and the others seemed to have discovered the young girl on Kang Xinmu's neck and were instantly surprised. However, they didn't think of the demon god race's princess. After all, to them, the demon god race was too distant. They hadn't even encountered the demon god race before. All they had encountered were just void demonic creatures. Who would have thought that the person with Kang Xinmu would be the demon god race's princess? They wanted to intercept and kill Kang Xinmu. When they were at the Martial Dragon Fortress, they had already seen Kang Xinmu. Hence, they came out in advance to block Kang Xinmu. The 4 of them were Dragon Emperor powerhouses, and their overall combat strength was extremely tyrannical. With the 4 of them attacking together, they felt that there would be no mistakes. Come to me. Kang Xinmu lifted his dragon claw and grabbed Su Yi, who was on his neck. Under the protection of the huge dragon claw, she felt a strong sense of security. In such a situation, there was really no need for her to do anything. Husband, you can do it. Su Yi gently encouraged him. When Kang Xinmu heard this, he immediately thought of her gentleness. He couldn't help but feel a little reluctant to send her away, but sending her away was something he had to do. And when Chu Qingyun and the others heard the word husband, their eyes nearly popped out. This young girl looked very beautiful, and from her attire, she seemed to have a high status. Although they didn't know what her status was, it was clear that she was very noble. Kang Xinmu actually had such a perfect woman. In Chu Qingyun's opinion, this young girl might be a descendant of some hidden dragon clan? His heart of jealousy burned, and Chu Qingyun wished that he could immediately kill Kong Xinmu and Su Yi. Do it. Chapter 45-23. Kong Xinmu had already expected that they would make a move. Just nice, I can test my current strength. Kong Xinmu's mood did not fluctuate at all. His pair of divine dragon eyes exuded ruthlessness. When the violent dragon martial skill of the four of them swept over, the devouring power in Kong Xinmu's body immediately erupted. At this moment, Kong Xinmu was at the 9th level of the Samsara realm. In this 1 year, he had made 2 consecutive breakthroughs, causing his devouring power to reach a very powerful level. Of course, the most important thing was that the black dragon consciousness had fused a stronger devouring power into his body. Although the fusion was only 70 to 80% successful, it was still a great improvement for Jiang Shenwu's devouring of nirvana energy. However, if the fusion was successful, no one knew what would happen. The devouring power of nirvana erupted in an instant. At the same time, Kong Xinmu used the high-grade Earth-grade origin dragon martial skill, the divine dragon tyrant body technique's defensive stance. The breakthrough of the divine dragon tyrant body technique made his defensive abilities even more terrifying. The dragon claws protected Su Yi. His entire body suddenly erupted with the power of the divine dragon tyrant body, enveloping him within it. The attacks launched by the surrounding 4 dragon warriors were actually all blocked by the power of the divine dragon tyrant body. Immediately after, Chu Qingyun discovered that the combined attacks of the 4 of them did not have any effect on Kong Xinmu. My cultivation of the dragon martial skill is not enough, and I've even lost the dragon's car blood pendant. However, devouring. Kong Xinmu's face sank, and he began to devour all the power around him, turning it into his own power. He had already tried it before. His devouring power could devour all kinds of power, even items, and crush them into pure power. At this moment, Kong Xinmu devoured all the attacks of the 4 people around him. This power naturally transformed into Kong Xinmu's own power, but it had lost its previous nature. Instead, it had turned into a surging devouring power. With such a boundless devouring power, even if he did not use any dragon martial skill, just by throwing it out to smash someone, it would have an extremely terrifying effect. Kong Xinmu didn't even need to think about it. He threw all the devouring power towards Chu Qingyun. It was like a billowing black cloud that swept outwards. And at this time, only then did Chu Qingyun and the others erupt with their own attacks. They didn't even have time to dodge. Kong Xinmu's devouring speed was simply too fast. At this time, Kong Xinmu realized that he was different from before. Previously, when he used the Dragon Mark Blood Pendant, there was a limit to how much power he could devour. But now, no matter what power or item it was, Kong Xinmu could devour it. The only difference was that the stronger the power, the slower his devouring speed would be. The devouring speed increased along with the strength of his physical body. As for Chu Qingyun and the others, their strength wasn't strong enough. Thus, Kong Xinmu was able to devour them all in an instant. They fused into a billowing devouring power that swept outwards like a black cloud, instantly enveloping Chu Qingyun. The powerful impact of the devouring power caused Chu Qingyun's divine dragon body to be smashed into pieces. Chu Qingyun didn't even have the chance to scream before he died under Kong Xinmu's hands. What? The expressions of Chu Qingyun's 3 subordinates instantly changed. Kong Xinmu, you actually dared to kill our senior apprentice brother. The 3 of them roared in anger, but there was a hint of fear and dread hidden within their roars. It was clear that they couldn't understand what Kong Xinmu had just done. It seemed like Kong Xinmu hadn't even used a single dragon martial skill. Wasn't this too terrifying? How much stronger was Jiang Shenwu's strength compared to them? He had used pure strength to crush people to death. They clearly had the inherited blood essence of the Dragon Emperor, and their cultivation was at the third level of the Samsara realm. On the surface, it seemed like Kang Shinmu's divine dragon body was smaller than theirs. How could he crush them? What they didn't know was that even a high-level Samsara realm like the Dragon Emperor Yen Dragon Emperor wouldn't be much of a threat to Kang Shinmu, let alone them. Kang Shinmu, you killed a student of our Donghuang Yangwu College without permission. You're dead meat. A wind attribute dragon martial artist said coldly. After saying this, she turned around and controlled the wind attribute Samsara force to display a movement technique. She wanted to escape first. But, void-tearing void demonic blade. Kang Shinmu opened his hand. He naturally couldn't let any of the three go. These three fellows had followed Chu Qingyun and attacked him time and time again, wanting to kill him. Since they wanted to kill him, how could Kang Shinmu let them continue to exist? The current him had the bloodline of the demon god race. Although it was suppressed and hidden by the divine dragon bloodline, as long as he used Kang Shinmu's blood, he could still activate the three desolate god demonic weapons. The void-tearing void demonic blade was a terrifying demonic weapon that could allow the user to explode with several times the attack power. Its strength was several times stronger than a heaven-grade dragon weapon. At this moment, Kang Shinmu used the demon god race's royal bloodline to activate the void-tearing void demonic blade. Then, he blasted out the devouring power from it. The terrifying power instantly enveloped the three, completely annihilating them. It was impossible for Kang Shinmu to use this method often. He was only testing it out now. Without a doubt, if Kang Shinmu used the void-tearing void demonic blade, the instant demon ring, or the sky-imprisoning demon pearl, his combat strength would increase by another level. At the very least, he would be able to reach the level of a Heaven Center district student. Unfortunately, it was impossible for him to openly use these three demonic weapons. In the martial dragon continent, these methods had to be hidden. Unless there was no one else around, he could take them out to practice. Sui wanted to return to the demon god race world, but she planned to leave these three demonic weapons for Kang Shinmu. In any case, she could still obtain demonic weapons of this level when she returned. Leaving these three by Kang Shinmu's side could guarantee his safety. Regarding this, Kang Shinmu was naturally very grateful. No matter what, the more methods he had, the more he could rely on them to become stronger. In the end, he still needed to have enough strength to openly go to the demon god race world. Originally, he was a pure dragon martial artist. But now that he had the bloodline of a 16-winged sky demon god, he was no longer a pure dragon martial artist. After learning of the existence of the chaos battlefield, Kang Shinmu no longer considered things from the perspective of the martial dragon continent. Let's go. Kang Shinmu killed Chu Qingyun's three subordinates with the void-tearing void demonic blade and then ignored them. He didn't even take away the dragon weapons on them. Before leaving, Kang Shinmu created the illusion that these four people had been killed by void monsters, and then directly left the scene. When others discovered them, they would never think that they were killed by Kang Shinmu. The void crack was getting closer and closer. There were also more and more void monsters in the surroundings. Kang Shinmu was originally a little nervous, but as he neared the void crack, he discovered that some of the surrounding void monsters had respectful expressions towards him. They didn't dare to attack him at all. Chapter 45-24. Kang Shinmu's demon god royal bloodline was suppressed and hidden by the divine dragon bloodline. Even the supreme divine dragon could not sense it. After all, the demon god ancestor and the black dragon's consciousness were hiding him. Therefore, these void demonic creatures naturally could not sense it. But Sui's demon god royal aura was extremely obvious to these void demonic creatures. It was as bright as the sun. It was not because their perception was strong, but because in their bloodline, they were destined to be loyal to the demon god royal family. Therefore, they were extremely sensitive to the demon god royal bloodline. At this time, they were like bodyguards, surrounding Kang Xinmu and Su Yi to protect them. The group of void demonic creatures was a little puzzled. Why would a dragon warrior send the little princess of the demon god royal family back? But their intelligence was not high. They only knew to respect the little princess and did not think much about anything else. There should be royal guards of the demon god race hiding near the void fissure. The demon god ancestor's consciousness told Kang Xinmu, "Go wait nearby. Someone will come to receive you soon. When the demon god race warriors come, they will take the little princess away." Kang Xinmu nodded. They were near the void fissure. He had already passed through the place where the supreme boundary had been. The supreme boundary that had blocked off the void demonic creatures a year ago was now completely broken. It was scattered around the void fissure and had lost all its defensive functions. As he got closer to the void fissure, he found more and more void demonic creatures. So many void demonic creatures. There are even many powerful demon commander level existences. I'm afraid no one in the Dragon Martial continent will go near the void fissure. Even Yu Yaji and the other deans will be in danger if they come here. But why didn't the demon god race let these void demonic creatures gather and attack the Dragon Martial continent? Kang Xinmu was still a little puzzled. He found that the void demonic creatures near the void fissure numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Even if this number crushed the Dragon Martial fortress, it would not be able to withstand it. But the demon god ancestor quickly told him, "You're oversimplifying things. The reason there are so many void aberrations guarding this place is to guard against other races in the chaotic battlefield. If they gather and attack together, once someone in the chaotic battlefield discovers this crack and enters, no one will be able to stop them." Jiang Shenwu nodded his head, not really understanding. In fact, he had never been to the chaos battlefield, so he didn't know what the situation was like there and what the positions of the various races were. Therefore, he couldn't judge the situation. Right now, he could only do his best to do what he had to do, and then cultivate to improve his strength. He brought Sui with him, and soon, they were less than 100 kilometers away from the void crack. In this place, he raised his head to look at the crack in the void. It was as if he was looking at an endless abyss. It was filled with the aura of the void, and even the power of space in the surrounding area was somewhat chaotic. Because of this, the space-time formation here could not be used. Even the instant magic ring was affected, unable to be activated. Only Kang Xinmu's wind shadow flowing cloud flash could be used for a short distance. Kang Xinmu stayed where he was with Sui. There was a demon general and dozens of powerful demons at the level of demon general surrounding them, protecting them. These void demons were very conflicted. They were unconditionally obedient to the royal family of the demon god race, but they were naturally hostile to the dragon warriors of the dragon god race. Now, they really wanted to attack Kang Xinmu, but because of Sui's presence, they didn't dare to act rashly. Such conflicting emotions made the void aberrations feel like they were being tortured. After waiting for a while, Kang Xinmu suddenly realized that the void in front of him had a ripple that was like water. The ripple spread out, and a black figure appeared in the center. This black figure had a small pattern of a 16-winged heavenly demon god embroidered on his black robe. This was the royal guard of the demon god race. They were loyal to the 16-winged heavenly demon god royal family of the demon god race. When this black-robed figure appeared, Kang Xinmu didn't even know whether he was a man or a woman. He only felt that his aura was extremely terrifying, and it was very likely that he had reached the level of Yu Yaji, the super divine dragon. This level was known as the demon god in the demon god race. And above the demon god was the supreme level of existence. The supreme demon god corresponded to the level of the dragon warriors, which was the supreme divine dragon. Your subordinate, Mo Dao, greets the princess. The black figure's somewhat hoarse voice came out. Mo Dao was the same as Sui's previous guard, Mo Feng. They were both royal guards of the demon god race. Ask my father to send someone to pick me up. Sui said somewhat reluctantly. She sat on the neck of Kong Shinmu's divine dragon, hugging a dragon scale in her hands. She felt that she was about to be separated from Kong Shinmu, and she didn't know when they would meet again. She suddenly felt a little sad. Yes. Mo Dao responded, and then his entire person disappeared from the void. No one knew where he went. In short, this was the last time Kong Shinmu and Sui would spend together. You have to keep these 3 demonic weapons well. If you lose even one of them, the next time we meet, this princess will not forgive you. Sui said with a snort. Okay. Kong Shinmu kept the 3 demonic weapons well. The void-ripping void magic blade, instant magic ring, and sky-imprisoning demon pearl each had their own powerful effects. To Kong Shinmu, they could save his life at critical moments. That's right, I'll get someone to send you a few high-grade desolate god demonic skills. When you have nothing to do, you can cultivate them. If you want to marry me openly, your demonic skill cultivation cannot be too low. Those are definitely the special demonic skills of the royal family. If you can't cultivate them well, there's no need to see me again. Sui continued, I'll get Mo Dao to send you the demonic skills later. Right now, we don't have them with us. Hearing this, Kong Shinmu felt a little distressed. After all, if he always stayed in the Dragon Martial Continent, where would he get the opportunity to cultivate the demonic skills? Once he was discovered cultivating the demonic skills, it would be a huge problem. Of course, even if he did not have the opportunity normally, he could still find one. To him, this was not too big of a problem. When Mo Dao sends you the demonic skills, they will also send you some ancient demon god blood. These are refined with the help of heavenly treasures, and they can increase the grade of your demon god race's bloodline. Sui continued. The bloodline of a 16-winged heavenly demon god was equivalent to the Dragon King's grade. In the demon god race, it was called the Demon King. After the Demon King was the Demon Emperor, and after that was the Demon God grade, which was equivalent to the Super Divine Dragon. Therefore, Kong Shinmu's current grade of the Demon God bloodline was the first level of the Demon King. Chapter 45-25. Now, Kong Shinmu had the void-ripping void magic blade, the sky-imprisoning demon pearl, and the instant magic ring. These 3 desolate god demonic weapons were equivalent to divine dragon weapons. As for the cultivation resources of the desolate god demonic techniques and the demonic god's blood, he would have to ask the demon Dao to bring them over later. Kong Shinmu accompanied Sui near the void fissure for 3 days and 3 nights. The two were rather lovey-dovey, but it was finally time to part ways. You go first. If the demon god royal family sees you, I'm afraid they won't let you go so easily. In the end, Sui could only let Kong Shinmu leave first. Take care. Kong Shinmu nodded. If the demon Dao comes, your instant magic ring will receive the message. Come out and meet him, and he will give you the item. Sui gave him one last instruction. Then, Kong Shinmu took out the instant magic ring and used his 16-winged heavenly demon royal bloodline to activate the void array within. The instant magic ring needed to unlock different layers of the array according to the distance traveled. Sui had previously unlocked 3 layers of the array. Now, Kong Shinmu had also unlocked 3 layers. If he did not travel with Sui, those mindless void demons would attack Kong Shinmu. Kong Shinmu could not withstand the attack of those void demons. So he could only rely on the instant magic ring to travel closer to the martial dragon fortress. As the void array was unlocked layer by layer, Kong Shinmu looked deeply at Sui. This girl had a special meaning to him. In the past, many dragon martial artists were interested in him, but he had never accepted them. Even Sui, it was only because of an accident, and because of the black dragon consciousness in his body that they were able to be together. No matter what, Kang Xinmu would never give up on Sui. Sooner or later, he would go to the demon god race to find her. The power of the instant magic ring was activated. Then, Kang Xinmu was transported alone to a space extremely far away from the void fissure. Millions of miles away. Kang Xinmu appeared in the void, putting away the instant magic ring. He turned around and saw that the crack in the void was there, as if it would never change. I hope she's well. Now that she has returned safely, I believe the demon god race will not place so much importance on the martial dragon continent, right? Kang Xinmu thought. He didn't stay there for long. He quickly flew in the direction of the martial dragon fortress. Right now, the most important thing for him to do was to see what the situation was like in the martial dragon fortress, as well as how his old friends were doing. This year's academy tournament was almost over. Kang Xinmu still needed to know about Ran Ran and the other situation. Martial Dragon Fortress. When Kang Xinmu returned, he sensed some chaos in the Martial Dragon Fortress. It sounded like someone had died. The corpses of Chu Qingyun and his 3 dragon martial artists were found in a crack in the void. It seemed as if they had been torn to shreds by void demons, and they hadn't even been able to send out a distress signal. Their corpses had already been brought back. After all, 3 days had passed since Kang Xinmu had killed them. But now, everyone believed that they had died to void demons. After all, the way they had died was very obvious. Moreover, in the martial dragon fortress, other than void demons, who would be so ruthless to them? After Kang Xinmu returned to the martial dragon fortress, he listened to the discussions of the people around him. His face didn't reveal the slightest expression. For Donghuang Yangwu College students had been killed in one go. This was a huge matter in the martial dragon fortress. Even if the 4 were not students of Donghuang Yangwu College, as long as they were experts at the level of the Dragon Emperor, it would be a huge matter. Generally speaking, the situation was stable now, and void demons would not recklessly attack the martial dragon fortress. Under such circumstances, it was rare for Dragon Emperor experts to die. Even if there were, it would be an extremely small number. For 4 Dragon Emperor to be killed in one go, it was most likely a powerful expert among the void demons. Only a demon commander level expert would be able to kill Chu Qingyun and the other 3 so easily. This matter had caused quite a stir. On the side of Donghuang Yangwu College, many dragon martial artists were panicking. For the time being, they didn't dare to leave the martial dragon fortress to hunt void demons. Kang Xinmu didn't care about this matter. Instead, he headed for the office of Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Academy. Soon, he saw Ran Ran, Xiao Yuhua, Xiao Bai, and Liang Xiao. Kang Xinmu. When she saw Kang Xinmu, Xiao Yuhua had a look of pleasant surprise on her face as she hurriedly came up to him. Liang Xiao even came up to Kang Xinmu and gave him a hug. It wasn't easy for the 4 of them to meet again. Xiao Yuhua brought him to the place she had bought in the martial dragon fortress. It was a courtyard built around the office of Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Academy. Many students of Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Academy had bought courtyards here. They could rest and cultivate here. There was also a protective array to ensure their safety. They also didn't need to return to the headquarters of Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Academy every time. The 4 of them returned to the courtyard that Xiao Yuhua had bought. A divine dragon guardian array rose around the courtyard. This was a protective array constructed by a divine dragon dean. Ordinary dragon emperors wouldn't be able to pass through it. It could be said to be an absolutely safe place in the martial dragon fortress. After entering the courtyard, Xiao Yuhua personally brewed tea for everyone before they started chatting. Kang Xinmu, where have you been for the past year? Ran said that you were training in the martial dragon continent. How are the results? Liang Xiao asked with excitement. Over the past year, he had made great progress. Originally, he had just broken through to the 8th level of the Dragon King and reached the 1st level of the Rebirth Tribulation realm. But now, he had already reached the 3rd level of the Rebirth Tribulation realm with divine dragon blood at the level of the Dragon Emperor. Moreover, he had also exchanged for a rising dragon marrow and cultivated the dragon blood meteor explosion technique to the saint level. He had also exchanged for a holy spiritual dragon weapon. Currently, he couldn't unleash its full power, but it had already doubled his combat power. These were all things that Kang Xinmu had exchanged for demon hunting points with the demonic cores of the demon commanders and demon generals. My results are alright, I guess. Kang Xinmu smiled. During this period, I have made some progress. I'm at the 9th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm, and the grade of my blood has reached the 8th level of the Dragon King. Compared to you guys, it seems like my progress is mediocre. Of course. Xiao Yuhua grumbled. The demon hunting points can be exchanged for a lot of cultivation resources. You're training alone in the martial dragon continent. How much progress can you make? On the other hand, we've improved a lot because of the demonic cores you gave us. There are still a lot of demon hunting points left for you. You can exchange them for a holy spiritual dragon weapon. Xiao Bai covered her mouth and said with a smile. Just nice. Kang Xinmu was relieved to hear that. It seemed that Xiao Yuhua and the others were still thinking of him. Chapter 45-26. The Great Desolate Devil Sweeping Sword and the Dragon's Car Blood Pendant were lost. Although Jiang Shenwu had obtained 3 demonic weapons, these 3 Rage God demonic weapons obviously could not be used in the Martial Dragon Fortress. Therefore, he needed a new dragon weapon. What did you experience in the past year? Hearing that Kang Xinmu's Great Desolate Demon Sweeping Sword and Dragon Scar Blood Pendant had been destroyed, Liang Xiao was in disbelief. These 2 dragon weapons were destroyed? That's too scary. To think that someone could destroy your dragon weapon in the Dragon Martial Continent. Unbelievable. I've experienced many dangerous situations in the past year. It was very exciting. Kang Xinmu smiled. Liang Xiao, I can bring you with me next time and let you experience it. No, please don't. Liang Xiao scratched his head and laughed. I only have one treasure here, the divine dragon weapon. I don't dare to mess around like you. If it's destroyed, I'll be crying. The ascending dragon marrow and the divine dragon weapon were exchanged for the demonic cores that Kang Xinmu had given him. They were very precious. How could it be so easy to obtain the demonic cores of ordinary demon generals and demon commanders? Especially now that the void monsters were basically holed up and rarely came out to roam outside, the harvest of the entire martial dragon fortress had been very low recently. Sometimes, they could hunt 1 or 2 superior demon spirits, and that was already a good harvest. Although there were many dragon martial practitioners gathered in the martial dragon fortress, many of the Dragon Emperor had already returned to the Dragon Martial Continent. Because there were no void demons to hunt. If they couldn't kill any void monsters, they wouldn't be able to earn demon hunting points and exchange them for cultivation resources that were useful to them. Forget Holy Spirit level dragon weapons or dragon martial techniques, even some ordinary origin dragon martial techniques were difficult for them to exchange for. The happiest time to earn demon hunting points was before the supreme barrier was broken. The entire void crevice would be attacked by demonic creatures once a month, and many people would gain a lot from it. After the martial dragon fortress was built, the dragon martial practitioners could obtain less and less. By the way, have you passed this year's academy competition? How are your results? Kang Xinmu asked. All 4 of us have entered Tianxian district. Xiao Yuhua smiled and said, actually, everyone has made great progress this year. If it weren't for the magic pills you gave us, we wouldn't have been able to break through to the level of Tianxian. Based on our strength, before the expansion of the academy, we would have been in the top 10. But now, we are still at the bottom of Tianxian district. Well, as long as we can enter Tianxian district. Kang Xinmu nodded. They were improving, and others were also improving. Even with his devil core, Xiao Yuhua and the others were only improving a little faster than others. Of course, this little bit was the key to them breaking through to the Tianxian area. Otherwise, most of the dragon martial practitioners would not have made any progress this year. Although they had become stronger, their ranking in Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Academy was still not up. This was because everyone's strength was improving. In a year, breaking through one level of cultivation was the most basic. Some of the Dragon Emperor level powerhouses could even break through one level of the Dragon Emperor's blood essence. For example, Xiao Yuhua and Xiao Bai were already one step ahead. Now, they had used their demon hunting points to exchange for cultivation resources and raise their Dragon Emperor's blood essence to the second level. When the Divine Dragon's blood essence reached the Dragon Emperor level, every increase in level would bring great changes, even more than the increase of one level of cultivation. So now, Xiao Yuhua and Xiao Bai's strength was still a level higher than Ran Ran and Liang Xiao. Among them, their Phoenix Dance of the Nine Heavens and Heaven-Breaking Ice Slash had already reached the Saint level, and they had broken through the Rising Dragon Marrow. In addition, they had each obtained a Divine Dragon weapon. In the past year, they had basically been familiarizing themselves with the Divine Dragon weapon. Ran Ran, since you are all in the Tianxian area, remember to help me look for information when you have time. Kang Xinmu said, let's go exchange for the Divine Dragon weapon first. Kang Xinmu now needed a Divine Dragon weapon with strong attack power. It would be best if it had some Divine Dragon formations and could use the Divine Dragon formations to launch attacks. His combat strength was very strong now, there was no doubt about it. But he still had his original weakness, which was his weak attack power. If he had a strong Divine Dragon weapon, he would be able to solve his current predicament. The four of them went to the Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Academy office, planning to exchange for the Divine Dragon weapon. Although Kang Xinmu had not been back for a year, many students in the Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Academy still knew him. Moreover, the Dragon Emperor's teacher in the office was the beauty in the red dress, Ling Hu Dai. Hey, Kang Xinmu, what a rare guest. Ling Hu Dai was still as charming and elegant as ever. When Kang Xinmu saw her again, he felt a ripple in his heart and immediately lowered his head. Originally, when facing a woman like Ling Hu Dai, he could be completely focused. But ever since he had a closer relationship with Su Yi near the Dragon Ceiling Abyss, he felt a little emotional when he saw Ling Hu Dai, again. Without a doubt, in terms of appearance and figure, Ling Hu Dai was not inferior to Su Yi. She even had a sense of maturity that Su Yi did not have. But Kang Xinmu knew that it was wrong of him to think about this. He quickly lowered his head and threw these thoughts out of his mind. I'm here to exchange for a Divine Dragon weapon. After Kang Xinmu finished speaking, Ling Hu Dai, brought him to where the Divine Dragon weapon was stored with a faint smile. It was a small storeroom in the Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Academy. As it stored more precious items, only the person who wanted to exchange for it could enter. No one else could follow. Kang Xinmu could only follow Ling Hu Dai alone. Xiao Yuhua and the other two could only wait outside. Divine Dragon weapons are the same as ordinary dragon weapons. They are divided into 4 grades: human, earth, dragon, and heaven. We do not have heaven-grade Divine Dragon weapons here. As for dragon grade, we only have one. It is considered the Academy's treasure. It is impossible for us to exchange for it with you. You can choose between human-grade and earth-grade Divine Dragon weapons. Of course, the demon hunting points needed to exchange for an Earth-grade divine dragon weapon is 5 times that of a human-grade divine dragon weapon. Linghu Dai explained. In that case, I can only exchange for a human-grade divine dragon weapon. Kang Xinmu said with a smile. But he was not picky. After all, no matter what grade the divine dragon weapon was, it was stronger than his great desolate demon sweeping sword. No, the demon hunting points you have now are just enough to exchange for an Earth-grade divine dragon weapon. Linghu Dai narrowed her eyes and said in a soft voice, although I do not know how you did it, the Dragon Emperor of Great Liang, Dragon Emperor Yan, and your friends have all agreed to leave an Earth-grade divine dragon weapon for you to choose when you return. Chapter 45-27. He did not expect that the demon hunting points they left for him could be used to exchange for an Earth-grade divine dragon weapon. In fact, he did not care much about the grade of the divine dragon weapon. As long as it was usable and had strong offensive capabilities, it was fine. Currently, he had 3 Rage God demonic weapons that were equivalent to Heaven-grade Holy Spirit dragon weapons. The Sky-imprisoning demon orb, the Void-ripping void demon blade, and the Instant demon ring. Each of them was worth at least 10 Earth-grade Holy Spirit dragon weapons. It was just that he could not use them in Martial Dragon Fortress. Of course, having an Earth-grade divine dragon weapon was naturally better than having a human-grade one. Xiao Yuhua and the others only exchanged for human-grade divine dragon weapons, but they left me an Earth-grade one. Kang Xinmu was somewhat touched. He had given out a lot of demon hunting points before, but this Earth-grade divine dragon weapon alone took up at least 30 to 40% of it. In addition, Ran had given him so many cultivation resources. It was equivalent to him taking up half of it. The other 4, plus Great Liang Dragon Emperor and Dragon Emperor Yan took a small portion of it, added up to only half. Actually, I really don't need it. Kang Xinmu sighed inwardly. He still had 30 Demon General Demon Cores and 7 Demon Commander Demon Cores. If these Demon Cores were exchanged for Demon Hunting Points, how many Demon Hunting Points would it be? But he could not use these Demon Cores to exchange for Demon Hunting Points. Because if that was the case, it would be too suspicious. He would temporarily keep these magic pills to use to heal his injuries. He had already tried before. Demon Cores were the same as Monster Cores, he could devour them to heal his injuries. If Kang Xinmu completely devoured a Demon General Demon Core, he could completely heal any injury within 3 breaths. This was the healing effect of the Demon Core. After all, Kang Xinmu not only had the power of devouring, but he also had the ancient demon god bloodline of a 16-winged heavenly demon god. For the demon god race, demon cores were originally a holy healing medicine. But now, with the support of Kang Xinmu's devouring power, the healing effect was even better. Under Linghu Dai's guidance, Kang Xinmu began to choose his earthen divine spirit dragon weapon. Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Academy had a total of 4 Earth-class divine spiritual dragon weapons. These 4 Earth-level Saint spiritual dragon weapons were extremely precious. Initially, the unparalleled divine dragon had placed a total of 7 Earth-level Saint spiritual dragon weapons in Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy. Up until now, 3 had been chosen, and they had all been exchanged for by the strong cultivators who had made great contributions during the attack of the demonic creatures. Needless to say, Kang Xinmu also knew that one was most likely Feng Ligei's, and the other was Gu Yusheng's. As for who had exchanged for the last one, Kang Xinmu couldn't guess. But this had nothing to do with him. No matter who it was, the other party's strength was definitely much stronger than Kang Xinmu's. However, he had received news that the 2 girls, Feng Ligei and Gu Yusheng, had already broken through to the 5th level due to the inherited blood essence of the Dragon Emperor. They now had the status of the Dragon Emperor's mentor in Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Academy, and were no longer students. Because of this, there were 2 vacancies in the Divine Center District, and all the students' rankings were automatically moved up by 2 places. It was said that if it wasn't for this, it would be difficult for Liang Xiao to break through to the Jade District. Now, he was ranked last in the Jade District. If he didn't work hard, he might be eliminated in the next academy tournament. Because of this, Liang Xiao was under a lot of pressure. In comparison, Ran was much more stable. After all, she cultivated a body-refining dragon martial technique. Especially after exchanging for the rising dragon marrow, she had also cultivated the dark dragon filth controlling art to the divine level. The saint-level dark dragon filth controlling art's recovery speed could be said to have reached an extremely terrifying level. It even had a special effect, which could condense the dark dragon's energy around the body to block attacks. After cultivating the high-grade source dragon martial technique to the sacred tier, it actually had an extremely strong defensive ability. Coupled with her heaven tier chaotic dragon body, her current defense was already extremely strong. Moreover, she cultivated the high-grade source dragon martial technique, the dark phoenix heart exterminating art. Her offensive ability was also very strong. At the very least, it would not be a problem for her to stand firm in the Jade District. What are the types of the remaining 4 Earth-level holy spiritual dragon weapons? Kong Xinmu asked Linghu Dai. 2 offensive ones, 2 defensive ones. Linghu Dai smiled. Do you want the offensive one or the defensive one? The offensive one, and it's best if it completely forgoes defense. Kong Xinmu said. The holy spiritual dragon weapons contained many engraved battle runes. These runes had different effects, and they would amplify different dragon martial techniques. They could even inscribe some dragon martial runes. When the dragon martial runes were activated, it was equivalent to directly using a dragon martial technique. This was extremely rare, and it was much stronger than ordinary dragon weapons. Then, how about this snow wind dragon stone? Linghu Dai stretched out her slender hand and took out a wooden box from a bronze cabinet. After opening the wooden box, a gust of wind and snow surged out. Kong Xinmu felt as if he was immediately placed in a world of ice and snow. Snow wind dragon stone? Kong Xinmu went forward to take a look, and soon discovered that there were a total of 108 battle runes in the snow wind dragon stone. The number of battle runes was not too many, but the key point was that these 108 battle runes were all offensive battle runes. When added together, they could add the power of wind and snow to the dragon martial technique of a dragon martial artist, more than doubling its power. And most importantly, there was a dragon martial rune engraved in the snow wind dragon stone. Dragon martial rune, Snow Storm. This was equivalent to a dragon martial technique being engraved in the stone. Snow Storm was a holy spiritual dragon martial technique. Although it was only the elementary divine spirit dragon martial technique, it was already very good for Jiang Shenwu to be able to use such a divine spirit dragon martial technique without cultivating it. Of course, this snow wind dragon stone did not have any defensive or speed runes. For many dragon martial artists, it was not strong enough, so they gave up on it. But for Kong Xinmu, it was just right. With the snow wind dragon stone, he could completely make up for his disadvantage in terms of offense. Let me take a look at the other one. Kong Xinmu had not made up his mind yet, so he decided to take a look at the other one. But soon, he found another Earth-level holy spiritual dragon weapon. It contained 188 battle runes, but it did not have a dragon martial rune. In other words, it could not be used to activate a dragon martial technique. Among the 188 battle runes, only 88 were attack runes, while the other 50 were defense runes and 50 were speed runes. The latter two were of no use to Jiang Shenwu. Chapter 45-28. After Kong Xinmu obtained the Blizzard Dragon Stone, he planned to test it out in actual combat to see its power. As for who he would spar with, Kang Xinmu pulled Xiao Yuhua and the other three to spar with him. It had been a year since they last met. Although they had all entered the Tianxian district, Jiang Shenwu still had no idea how strong they were. After all, Jiang Shenwu did not know how much the students had changed in terms of the overall environment of the Dragon Martial Academy. Therefore, the five of them returned to Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Academy. The current Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Academy had quite a number of students. It was mainly because they had recruited over 100 new students this year. They were all genius dragon martial artists from the Dragon Emperor nation. These new students were basically enjoying the benefits of the old students. As for the old students, they were enjoying the benefits of the Longwu Fortress. Obviously, the rewards in the Longwu Fortress were much better than in Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Academy. Kang Xinmu brought Xiao Yuhua and the other three back to Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Academy and rented a sparring venue. In Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Academy, other than the central plaza, there were many places for private sparring. These places were open to students, but they had to pay a certain amount of experience points. For students in the Tianxian district and above, these areas were free of charge. Therefore, Kang Xinmu and the others found a sparring venue. The surroundings were enclosed, and the entire sparring venue was thousands of feet wide. It was a very large spherical space. After the five of them entered, Kang Xinmu transformed into a black divine dragon. His body was more than 5,000 feet long, but he did not look as strong as the 10,000 feet Dragon Emperor. However, Xiao Yuhua and the other three did not dare to underestimate Kang Xinmu. "Let me go first." Liang Xiao was itching to give it a try. He was much stronger than he was a year ago, while Jiang Shenwu, with the divine dragon's inheritance and blood essence, was still a dragon king. In this aspect, there was basically no improvement in his strength. As for his cultivation realm, it had risen by 2 realms. Compared to Liang Xiao, this improvement was still slightly inferior. Therefore, Liang Xiao wanted to see how far he was from Kang Xinmu. As for defeating Kang Xinmu, he didn't even think about it. "Come on." Kang Xinmu looked at Liang Xiao curiously. Liang Xiao's Dragon Blood Meteor Burst was a high-grade origin source dragon martial technique. Now that he had cultivated it to the sage level through the rising dragon pith, its might would definitely not be too weak. "I won't go through the procedure. I'll go directly." Dragon Blood Meteor Explosion. Liang Xiaofei instantly transformed into a blood-red divine dragon, and the blood-red power of samsara surged out from his body. The Dragon Blood Meteor Explosion technique condensed a stream of scarlet divine dragon blood, which fell toward Kang Xinmu like a blood-red waterfall. The terrifying power was vast and mighty, and just the aura alone was enough to overwhelm the ordinary students of the Dragon Martial Academy. Facing Liang Zhao's move, Kang Xinmu did not panic. He did not even move. At a time like this, it wasn't a true battle, but only a spar. He naturally wouldn't use the blade shadow flowing sunset flash to dodge. Otherwise, with the speed at which Liang Xiao executed this move, it would be utterly impossible for him to touch Jiang Shenwu. Divine Dragon Tyrant Body Technique, Guardian Stance. A layer of Divine Dragon Tyrant Body Technique surrounded Kang Xinmu's Divine Dragon Body, protecting him completely. Immediately after, the blood-red waterfall descended and exploded around his body. The boundless power of the dragon blood exploded like a falling meteor at that moment, producing a terrifying compression force that almost shattered the space around it. However, under the protection of the Divine Dragon Tyrant Body Technique, Kang Xinmu was unscathed. His Divine Dragon Tyrant Body Technique was cultivated to the Earth tier. Coupled with his Heaven tier Chaotic Dragon Body and Guardian Stance, Kang Xinmu was able to withstand Liang Zhao's move head-on, and he was not injured at all. So powerful. The blood-red explosion dissipated, and Kang Xinmu's perfect Divine Dragon Body reappeared in front of everyone, shocking them. One must know that the power of Liang Zhao's dragon blood meteor explosion technique was not something that the students of the Jade District could withstand head-on. During the academy tournament, most of the students basically avoided him. After the dragon blood meteor explosion technique reached the same tier, its power doubled. In terms of destructive power, it had reached the peak of Liang Zhao's cultivation realm. The third level of the Samsara realm, the first level of the Dragon Emperor's inheritance blood essence, was not easy to maintain his position in the Jade District at this level. One must know that the average cultivation of the students in the Jade District was the fourth level of the Samsara realm, and they had the second level of the Dragon Emperor's inheritance blood essence. Liang Zhao was generally 2 levels lower than others, but he was able to maintain his position in the Jade District because of the powerful power of the Dragon Blood Meteor Explosion technique. As long as they were not careful and touched by it, many students would be seriously injured. Many dragon martial artists of the same realm with their defensive dragon martial skills could not withstand his Dragon Blood Meteor Explosion technique. Not bad, this attack strength, a few more times can even kill a high-rank demon general. Of course, the premise is that the high-rank demon general stays there and lets you attack. Kang Xinmu praised. These words made Liang Zhao immediately remove the divine dragon form, with a depressed look on his face. Brother Jiang, are you praising me or insulting me? A year ago, you could fight a high-rank demon general alone, and now I can only kill a high-rank demon general without moving. This gap is not small. The gap between the two of you is not small. Xiao Yuhua covered her mouth and chuckled, then flew to the field. Let me try. She transformed into a slender red divine dragon, and her whole body seemed to be ignited by flames, burning up, emitting an endless heat. Phoenix dance burns the 9 heavens. She also did not hesitate or test, directly using the method she was best at to attack Kang Xinmu, because she knew that Kang Xinmu was very strong. If it was not the strongest method, it would be impossible to do anything to Kang Xinmu. A flaming phoenix, as if condensing and dancing in midair, then swept towards Kang Xinmu. A burst of flame wind whistled. The speed of this move was much faster than Liang Zhao's Dragon Blood Meteor Explosion technique. Even Kang Xinmu estimated that when faced with this attack, he was afraid that he would not even have time to use the Wind Shadow Flowing Cloud Flash. Divine Dragon Tyrant Body Technique, Nimble Stance. Kang Xinmu suddenly switched to the state of the Divine Dragon Tyrant Body Technique. His entire black dragon body seemed to be covered with a layer of cool breeze. This layer of cool breeze made his speed more than double. The next moment, Kang Xinmu quickly moved away, and actually narrowly avoided this attack of Xiao Yuhua. This scene made the expressions of the surrounding 4 people change again and again. Kang Xinmu's speed was actually so terrifying.